Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
The Sunday Session is brought to you by More Beer, who has just opened their East Coast distribution center and is now shipping orders from California and Pennsylvania. Check them out at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No.
We're going to teabag fight.
Yeah.
You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
This is it, folks. It's the last show. It's the last show ever.
Ever. It's the final countdown.
It is the last session ever from Martinez.
Oh.
Warren heard wrong.
Beardy already wants to quit.
Yeah.
He's
Right.
like, he's been here the least amount of time, and he's already, shit. I thought I was off the hook.
I was real excited for a second.
Right. Well, why wouldn't you be?
Beardy's done 7 shows or something, and he's like, shit. I still have to show up for work.
And there's Bevo struggling with the door for the last time ever.
Yep.
The door to the call screen booth. It's barely a door.
Well, I did actually discuss with the contractor today not to put a doorknob on the new studio door, just so that Bevo feels at home.
Nice.
You're not actually going to have him bring that door to the new studio?
This glass booth is going to be moved.
Right.
I was thinking
in a related story, you're a douche.
We're going to move the glass booth to your home in El Sobrante.
I live in Rodeo.
Whatever.
Same refinery. And,
yeah, we're going to put it in your living room so that Sam and Abby can use it as a playhouse.
I like this. Then they can leave me alone.
Yeah, they're behind a glass wall now.
I figured we would just keep this studio and Bevo would come here to run the call screen.
That's even better.
Right?
But Bevo would like that better anyway.
In that booth. She can't, sit anywhere else.
Nope. Stay right there doing all of her Amazon shopping or whatever it is she does.
It's Target.com.
All right, it is the last show ever from the wonderful city of Martinez. Now, that doesn't mean that the next show you hear us do will be from the Hot Grenade. That I don't know. What I do know is that it won't be from here. Is anybody else feeling sentimental?
Nope.
Me neither. But I am nervous. I'm nervous today.
Why?
I don't know.
You seem a little out of sorts.
I've discovered that I was thinking about why.
Right.
First shows and last shows make me nervous.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Just the change?
Maybe it's change, the feeling, the worry of failure. like first shows are easy. Like that one's easily explainable.
Right.
It's you've just set up the studio. Everything's going to go wrong.
Can go. So you're looking for scapegoats on on if we do a terrible show today.
Maybe that somewhere in the back of my mind, it's that I feel the bar is set higher for a last show. And I'm nervous that we won't deliver that.
Because we have...
That's all I can think of.
Because we have everything set up. There shouldn't be anything going wrong.
Right. It should just be an amazing show.
But this isn't a last show. It's just a last show here.
I know, but I'm still nervous.
You have stupid logic.
It's the last show with this configuration of equipment.
So it's stupid.
Well, no, the equipment's the same, too.
Yeah, I know.
But things will be unplugged and then replugged in.
Now, there's that, yes.
Right. You can get dust particle. You never know. Bevo, you don't know.
I believe really, really dumb for real is the term.
Okay, great.
Might be accurate.
Thank you for that.
Just pointing it out that I'm nervous about today's show. That's just the way things are. But we do have an exciting show for you today. We got a lot of things to do. I was given a top 10 list about you, JP.
Uh-oh.
That I thought might be fun to do.
Why?
On today's program.
From who? Who did it?
Well, Sugar Valley Brewer.
Oh.
And I think he sort of felt like...
he wanted to give my ass a break.
Oh, no, your ass... don't worry.
Wait a minute, that came out so wrong.
I think he wanted to break your ass. I think that's what it is.
Like a sideways break.
I'd like that stricken from the record, please.
We'll cut it out in post.
Too late.
Damn it.
Actually, your ass makes an appearance in the top 10 list as well. It's not just songs.
Fantastic.
Gotta find it here. Should I do it? It's about you being radioactive. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Why All right.
Not? Yeah.
All right, let's give it a shot. It's our first and last top 10 list.
Is it going to be the last? Is
I don't
that
know.
how good it is?
Yeah.
It's some of it's good.
Well, it's Sugar Valley, so...
Some of it's Sugar
So are you
Valley.
extra nervous because it's the first and last at the same time?
Yeah. Maybe I'm only nervous about the top 10 list. The rest of the show is fine.
Once we get past this, it's going to be coasting.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. It's the top 10 reasons... sorry, it's not even reasons. It's just a top 10 list about JP getting radioactive.
All right.
Let's give a brief bit of background. Of course, JP had his thyroid surgery a month ago, 2 months ago now?
January 24th.
Several months ago.
Yeah.
And but as a follow-up, they had to wait a little while, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they inject you with radioactive isotopes?
Radioactive iodine. So what it is when they pull your thyroid out, they don't actually pull your entire gland out because your vocal cords run through your thyroid gland. And if they nick the vocal cords, you can paralyze your vocal cords and actually later on in life have a hard time breathing.
That would be bad.
Right. So they leave some behind, then they give you a radioactive dose, a dose of radioactive iodine, which your thyroid is the only tissue in your body that will uptake iodine. So you can selectively neutralize thyroid cells.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so any there is some tissue left. So any tissue that was left is effectively neutralized because the radioactive iodine.
So you go in for this procedure. They inject you with the radioactive iodine.
It's a pill.
A pill.
Yeah. It came in, they brought it out in like this lead
Oh, you're kidding.
container. It was probably a 3-inch thick lead container. It was pretty crazy.
But how do they give it to you? It has to come out of the container.
It's in a little pill, yeah. And they just pour it into a cup and they go,
Are
Here.
they in like a suit? In like a radiation suit?
No, it wasn't anything as cool as that. It was relatively low dose.
Well, then why the container? I feel like if they're going to just open the container
because
and
it's
touch
still
the
hot.
pill.
You're still nuclear. It's still hot. It's still radioactive. I shouldn't say nuclear. So they said
Nuclear.
They go, you can't go on an airplane. You can't travel for the next couple of days because you will set off the TSA radioactive sensors.
Wow.
Well, actually, I have a note.
Hey, Warren, you want to switch seats?
You had a note from your doctor?
Into what seat? Oh, your seat.
I have a note from my
Anything next
doctor
to JP.
that says, in case I fly. So I told him, I was like, look, I'm going on a plane in June. Is that going to be a worry? Because I've read online they won't let you fly up to 3 months after the process. So I got a procedure note that I got 100 micro in things of whatever, and I don't know. It's pretty crazy.
I don't want to touch it, but I can.
Why not? Yeah.
When did you get the pill?
Wednesday afternoon.
And then what had to happen?
I had to go into my office. I had my whole office set up. I moved my TV and my PlayStation and my computer, all that kind of crap in there. And I had to basically stay in there for like 3 days.
Kleenex and lotion.
Lots of Vaseline I actually enjoy a little bit better.
Taryn! I'm out of Kleenex!
Leave it by the door.
JP, it's been 4 hours.
I know!
I was really bored.
Can you talk dirty while I'm in here? Talk loud. You're on the side of the door.
Taryn, the internet is out. Talk dirty.
Oh, God. That was... So we had...
JP, it's been 30 minutes. I'm bored.
We had to, well, we didn't have to, but, Taryn would Google chat me, like Google video, and she's like making dinner, and I'm like, yeah, cool, and I'm sitting there playing my video games, and
You loved it, didn't you?
I fucking loved it.
She's like, you're telling her, you're like, oh yeah, I really miss you, sweetheart. Meanwhile, you love it. Like, it's everything you want.
I had my little iceless cooler that we bought at the gun show a few years ago. It's stacked with water. And actually, before I went and got the iodine, I filled my warheads with beer. And so I brought a glass, and I had everything I needed except a toilet.
Oh, what'd you do for that?
Oh, I had to call her or text her, like, I'm going to go to the bathroom, because she couldn't be closer than 8 feet.
Wow.
So I had to go, I'm going to the restroom now. You need, and so she would stay there, and then I would go, and then you have to double flush.
You take a
wash
big
your
radioactive shit.
Why? I had to
a nuclear steamer.
I had to. It's a Chernobyl steamer.
It's a whole different thing.
I had to take,
That's going to show up on the Urban Dictionary tomorrow.
Chernobyl steamer.
Yeah.
On Thursday, I had to go to the bathroom, and as I'm evacuating my bowels, all I can think of is radioactive turds. And I started laughing. I'm on the toilet, a grown man. I'm laughing as I'm taking a radioactive crap. And then 10 minutes later, I fart and I go, radioactive fart. I said it out loud to nobody at all. It was like 2 in the afternoon.
You were in heaven in this for 3 days.
Yeah. Then I got nauseous, which was weird, which was kind of unexpected, and that bothered me a lot.
Okay.
It made me feel more like chemotherapy cancer boy.
Could have just been your farts.
It could have been my farts. But yeah, I mean, everything was fine, and I was able to I'm off that terrible diet, that low iodine diet. Yeah, so...
and now when do you know if this thing went and did all its work?
I got scanned today, and I imagine those tests will go to my endocrine, and then I'm sure I'll get a phone call at some point.
And it's just then to say everything truly is dead, you can go live your life.
Yes, and then in 6 months we're going to do another scan just to make sure, because it still can come back.
Sure.
Because,
it's cancer, man. That's
cancer,
gnarly.
because it went into the lymph nodes.
Yeah.
If it hadn't gone in there, then it would have been fine. But
okay,
yeah, but yeah, for all intents and purposes, as far as I understand, I'm everything's destroyed right now.
And now Moscow was joking a little bit, but like proximity wise, it's okay.
I was just going to ask: are you making everybody in the room sterile?
I mean, I'm worried.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's awesome. I'll switch seats with you.
Yeah, I'm not.
Can I sit on JP's lap for the show?
Saturday. Friday evening, I was allowed to spend a couple of hours in the same room with Taryn.
But you couldn't like bone her or anything.
No, we still can't. It's got to be
still
for a little
can't.
bit, yeah.
Well, then how come we? Well, I guess we're not boning. But
we're not sharing fluid.
Oh, I see.
That's what
fluid.
it is.
Well, you could use protection of sorts. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's like saliva.
I think he's talking about condoms.
I don't know.
What?
Do people still use those?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm not
people outside a committed relationship use it all the time.
I thought that was just back when people got AIDS.
Yeah.
In the 80s,
I'm not a sailor. I don't.
Horse intestine.
How long can you not give her
I
your
think for
fluids?
7 days. So in the next couple of days, it's
So you were in heaven for 3. She's in heaven for a week.
Right.
Because she doesn't have to do it. Yeah. She's like, oh, I'm going to go take a nap.
That's gonna be
I don't even have to
great.
say I have a headache.
Yeah.
You're like, God, it's weird. You haven't had a headache all week, honey. You're so healthy all of a sudden.
Your headache.
It must be the radiation.
It was the radiation.
All right.
I'm picturing her like sliding your dinner to you underneath the door.
No,
did that happen?
No, she would leave it at the door, then knock on the door. Then I would have to wait till she came back on camera, right? Because we were like Google video chatting, right? Because you don't get enough of how was your day fine, how was your day fine, what do you want to watch on TV in person. We had to do that over fucking video chat.
So you watched Taryn watch TV.
At some point, I realized the insanity of that. But yes, that was actually happening. And I said, I'm going to go. I have to go kill like 5 people right now in this game. So I gotta.
I wish we had thought in advance enough just to put a camera on JP during this time, just to see how happy you were. Like every time Taryn knocked on the door and left you dinner, I know that I've never seen a bigger smile on your face.
It was pretty cool. And I opened the door and there's food there, and I got to yell at her because she didn't bring me hot sauce. And
hey, there's not enough salt!
Yeah. It was amazing.
Were your cats like pining for you through the door?
Yes, that got real irritating.
Right.
Scratchy, scratchy, scratch.
All right, this is the top 10 list about JP getting radioactive. Number 10, it's the only explanation for sudden growth of man boobs.
All right.
That's number 10.
Well, number 10 isn't normally very funny, right?
Listen, I'm not promising it gets any better. Number 9. The only explanation for the sudden ability to speak 5 languages. Has that happened? Are you a superhero? Perfect. Number 8. Added a mysterious glow to his already creepy eyes.
I wish I glued it in the dark. That would be good.
Number 7. Finally, his wiener has swollen up to a normal size.
That is true.
Number 7 is good. All right. Number 6. Will make his cats see him even better in the dark. Some of these are okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Number 5. Will be able to heat up strike water just by sticking his arm in the kettle. Number 4. Will take care of the few hair follicles he has left. Is there anything to that, like the radiation? That's different.
That's like chemo. Yeah, that'll make you
because
sick.
your hair follicles have started to come back.
I think so, but maybe they kind of did for a bit, and they go, fuck that.
They're like, this is why we left in the first place.
Right.
Yeah. Have you seen this guy?
We're shutting down.
All right, number 3. He will now only need a portable blacklight to go trick-or-treating.
I get it, because he'll be like a monster in a zombie and glow.
Right.
No, Scott.
I was instructed.
Number 2. Now when he stares at Bevo's ass, it makes everyone wonder if he's acquired X-ray vision. I told you your ass would make an appearance in the top 10 list.
Yeah.
And finally, the number 1 reason, or thing in the list.
Right.
In the immortal words of Dr. Frankenstein, the Brewcasters can explain, it lives, it lives.
All right. Hey!
Sugar Valley Brewer, everybody. Sugar Valley Brewer. Our first ever... Actually, I think we have done top 10 lists before. But
probably.
None so good as that. Right?
Right.
All right, on tonight's show, we have House of Pendragon Brewing Company. Tommy Caprellian's in the studio. He's going to come hang out with us. We actually have an in-studio guest for our final show here, which is kind of fun. They are from California here. You can go to hopbeer.com, and check them out right now. They brought us a bunch of beer. They brought us smaller than Scotty kegs.
Yeah,
and lots of them, so we have a lot of beer.
Like 1.3 gallons or some weird number like that.
But JP pointed out that we don't have a name for smaller than Scotty's. We thought that Scotty's was as small as it got.
Right.
Of course, named after the great Dr. Scott.
Right.
So maybe by the end of the show, I don't know if you've already come up with a Twitter game.
I haven't. The game does revolve around Doc, but we could change it.
Well, you think about it. I'll be getting to you there soon.
Thank you.
I do think we need a name for smaller than Scotty's.
Yeah.
But anyway, they brought us a bunch of beer, so we're going to try it. House of Pendragon Brewing Company in the studio today. All right, BNA 9 tickets are still on sale, Grand Rapids. It's Thursday, June 12th-ish, something like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's in place of... whatever. I'll be there.
Yeah. I'm real nervous about it.
We're there in place of Pro Night this year. That's why it's not on a Wednesday, so everybody should be able to attend. $50 gets you all the beer you can drink, plus all the food you can drink, plus a lot of on-field antics like a home run derby and a dunk tank and a fast pitch and a few other things up my sleeve. So it's going to be a good time. You can go to thebrewingnetwork.com/BNA9 for your tickets. It is extremely likely to sell out. So I would get your tickets now if I were you. The problem is, in order to give you all the food that you want to eat and all the beer that you want to eat, we have to cap ticket sales at some point so that we can order all of that stuff for you.
Right.
So even though we have an entire baseball stadium worth of space for you, we can only order so much stuff for you.
Exactly.
And we have to plan for that.
So don't wait.
Because it's going to sell out. So go to thebrewingnetwork.com/BNA9. I would venture to say there's nothing better to do on that Thursday night. And that's usually our slogan. Come to BNA whatever. You've got nothing better to do.
All sucks.
Yeah. The internet in the hotel room's too slow for porn.
Yeah. And we'll put some porn on the big screen or something for you. If that's really the deciding factor, I'll talk to the park.
Maybe you know it would be. I would get a huge draw.
People would be like, all right, I'll buy a ticket.
I've seen that one. Fuck you.
Anyway, brewingnetwork.com/BNA9. And in fact, one of our listeners, the Todd in the forum, one word, the Todd, has a VIP ticket available. VIP tickets sold out very quickly.
Oh, wow.
But he can't make it. His job has kept him too busy, so he can't make it after all. If you go to, I guess there's a thread in the Brewing Network forum called BNA9. or if you just private message the Todd, he has a single VIP ticket available at face value. Which is good, because had he announced, I have a single VIP ticket available for 3 times the cost, I would have been slightly upset that he's scalping the ticket and having me plug it for him.
Yeah. Right. And not getting you a cut.
And I'm stupid enough to do it. I would just complain about it. And he's, by the way, he's selling it for 3 times the cost. This sucks.
But anyway, message Todd.
Yeah. So anyway, go to the forum, and the Todd has a VIP ticket if you want it. I mentioned last week, for a limited time only, our brand new shirt, the We Want Beer shirt, is available right now. You can go to Cotis Design, Kotis, cotisdesign.com/WeWantBeer. I also posted it on our Facebook page. You podcast listeners, by the time you hear the show, it'll be posted on the Facebook page again. You can just click the link, buy a limited edition BN Army shirt, We Want Beer. Go check it out. It's a pretty cool shirt. You can support us by shopping over at Amazon. Just click the Amazon link right on our homepage. Subscribe and join the BN Army. Did I mention last week that our winner was Jared for April? If you're in the BN Army recurring donor list, you're entered every month for a chance to win $100 to More Beer, and Jared won it for April.
Did you get a bunch of Jareds messaging you like you predicted? Did I win?
I did not. Apparently, my announcement worked. If you didn't get an email directly from us or More Beer, don't bother.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
And
It's not you.
people listened?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Weird.
Have you ever gotten a bunch of emails from someone going, did I win?
Yeah, if I do, like, especially if it's something like, Mike won the, then, 100 Mikes. I heard I won. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You.
Anyway, get all these updates and more over on Twitter and Facebook. Send your show ideas to Scott the Jew. That's Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback over to feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com. Have you decided on our Twitter game?
Yes.
Excellent. Our Twitter game is brought to you today by Keystone Homebrew Supply. You can go over to KeystoneHomebrew.com. Great people at Keystone Homebrew Supply, and they've been with us for a little while now. A great supporter of the Brewing Network, so you should support them. You can find everything you need over at KeystoneHomebrew.com. What's our Twitter game?
Well, more important than adding to the lexicon that is the Brewing Network's contribution to the hobby of home brewing, Doc has been oddly absent lately from the shows.
Yeah.
Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but I wonder if anybody out there in the Twitter sphere knows. Where's Doc been?
Okay, so tell us where Doc's been over Brewing Network on Twitter. All right, let's do some feedback, yeah? Feedback is brought to you today by our good friend John over at Beer Law Center. You can go to beerlawcenter.com. You know, John kicked ass for me again this week. Remember I told you that a listener had sent us another image, and the brewery basically told me to fuck myself, and that I'm what's wrong with beer, and I politely responded.
You've heard that before. That's not the first time that someone has said the Brewing Network is wrong for beer.
Is what's wrong with beer.
It's my favorite is when they tell you that you're stepping on the little guy, which I suspect they thought you were.
I always get that too, and I'm like, I don't even have pants on right now. I'm writing you this letter from my living room.
My belt is a rope. Yeah.
Right.
I have porn open on one window and an email to you in another. I don't even have pants on.
Yeah.
I am the little guy. Anyhow, sure enough, I said, well, send it to your lawyer, and I'm sure like every other lawyer, he will agree. He agreed. And that's due to our good friend John over at Beer Law Center. Go to beerlawcenter.com. He's taking care of the Hop Grenade for me, and he can take care of your brand, too. Check him out. He's a good dude. I sort of walked around with John in tow at the Craft Brewers Conference, and people were like, you just walk around with your trademark lawyer now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
The logo's being stolen that much that I just walk around with the guy.
He gives precautionary advice.
Yeah, he just hangs out and he goes, yep, I'm John. I'll be the one sending you the letter.
I'll be the guy.
I don't think you understand what retainer means. He doesn't actually follow you.
I don't have to retain him.
No, yeah. You don't,
yeah.
No leash.
All right, let's do the feedback.
Oh, my God. You've got mail.
Kick ass.
All right, Steve from Phoenix writes in, hey, all you fine and upstanding gentlemen and JP. I've been a corporal in the BN Army for a year now, and I just want to thank you for all the information you've provided over the years. Well, Steve, thank you for donating at the corporal level. That's awesome. After listening to all the shows in the BN and applying the tips and techniques discussed, I finally entered my first competition, the Great Arizona Homebrew Competition. I scored a 43 and won Best of Show with a robust porter.
Sweet.
Yeah. All based on the Black Butte Porter recipe from Can You Brew It, Tasty?
Can you taste? Yes, I can.
Thank you from Steve in Phoenix. All right, Josh writes in, hey guys, there are a number of exciting new devices that make measurements during fermentation, such as the recently discussed beer bug that we've been talking about. Although these devices are cool and seem great, I'm concerned that there may be one major flaw. I think this is for you here, JP.
All right.
Considering that these rely on measurements taken from angles of floating or beer density, it would seem that the measurements would be off due to CO2 getting trapped under the device, or perhaps an angry Kreuzen. So, what do you think of this issue, JP?
Angry Kreuzen is my favorite German metal band.
Angry Kreuzen. Yeah.
I talked to Taylor about Beer Bug about this issue. Basically, he says any sort of lift that you might get from CO2, it doesn't really make a huge impact on your final readings. There can be some bubbles that get trapped underneath a torpedo, which is the floating device that goes with the Beer Bug, for example. And he's actually done a lot of testing, he said, on these. And basically, the more vigorous your fermentation, the more easily those bubbles will get knocked off.
Oh, yeah.
And then as fermentation changes, your bubble size will actually change as well.
Okay.
So, he says you can get some lift, but it's negligible, and it doesn't stick around very long.
Okay.
So the Beer Bug takes a few data points an hour, so once those are averaged in altogether, it doesn't matter.
Got it. All right, good answer. Thanks for writing in, Josh. Good question. Theft writes in, Dearest Dickweeds.
Dearest.
I totally get Justin's aversion to Simcoe hops. Oh, this is a good one for you here, Tasty. I get Justin's aversion to Simcoe hops. I guess I have the same fucked up gene. Anyway, I was sitting at my local bar, and the bartender offered me a sample of a local beer with Simcoe hops. It tasted like Fluffy had a bad day in the brewery. Of course, referencing the urine taste that I often find in Simcoe. My question is there a technique to use Simcoe without getting the litter box aroma and taste from Theft?
Well, just use less.
Less of it.
Yeah, they vary too. Some you get is more catty than others. So, depending on what you have, you may use it in conjunction with another hop that gives you like a similar character. Like you might use Mosaic and instead of as much Simcoe.
Okay.
To kind of like mediate the cattiness.
And what you mean is from batch to batch, it's different.
Well, crop to crop with the Simcoe.
Crop to crop, yeah. Because I remember Jeremy from Lagunitas talking to me about this when I was complaining about Simcoe. And he said, look, I reject a lot of Simcoe for the reason that you're talking about. So I tend to wait for a good batch.
Yeah, he goes into goes and smells the cuts and decides which ones he wants.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, as homebrewers, of course, we can't just go into the homebrew shop and cut them open. So,
nor can the homebrew shop go and cut them open and get the best ones either. So sometimes in the secondary market, you don't get the good stuff.
So this is a great alternative you mentioned, Tasty, to use some sort of blend with something else.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good answer. Thanks for writing in, Theft. A good question. Tyler writes in, hey, BN, I just wanted to say thanks from a BN recurring donor all the way up here in Saskatchewan, Canada. And then he wants to know if we can even pronounce that correctly.
Yes.
Did I do it right?
Yeah, you did.
You did great.
All right. I've been a listener and followed the BN for about a year, and I'd like to think that you guys have been a huge help, if not the sole reason for my success as a brewer. I've been brewing for about 3 years, began with all grain from the start, and entered my first BJCP competition in April. It was the Ale and Lager Enthusiasts of Saskatchewan. ALES is the acronym.
I love it.
Oh, boy, do we love our acronyms and our puns. It was a homebrew open. I was looking to get some feedback, but my brown porter ended up taking gold and scored a 44, a 41, and a 40.
Nice work.
It came as quite a surprise, but I wanted to thank you guys for all that you do for Tyler. Tyler, you're welcome. Thank you for listening. And finally, Nathaniel writes in, hey, I would totally donate some money toward the cause if it included a weekend of hanging in the Bay Area with Tasty, JP, and maybe even Justin. From Nathaniel.
That's in reference to donating to the Australia trip.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So if American donors donate to the Australia trip, we come up with a hangout with the BN.
Apparently that's, very specifically Tasty and myself.
And maybe me.
Maybe.
Listen, if it's just you two, I say yes. I'm in.
I would do it. We can take it to the...
Can I keep my
he
clothes
knows what
on?
he's paying for?
You can keep your clothes on, but you shouldn't.
How far do I have to go is what I want to know.
Well...
Wait a minute. Is this like...
At that point, it depends
This will
on
be
how
women
many...
only. How about women only?
I think we're going to get a lot less donations then, Tasty. We're talking about
bigger amounts, I'm thinking,
Yeah, maybe.
Wait a minute.
What is happening right now?
Justin's crushing Tasty's dream.
All right.
Yeah. Pretty much what's happening.
All right, well, we'll do it just lots of times, that's all. Okay.
So this is...
A night out with Tasty and JP? Sure.
He says... This guy wants a weekend.
No.
That would have to be...
I don't have a week for anybody.
You're talking, $5,000, and I get 10% out of that.
For a weekend with JP and Tasty.
I get 30% of that.
How about one night out at the Hop Grenade with JP and Tasty? That's fair, right? It's a controlled environment, so you guys might not get killed.
You know you're not Kim Kardashian. Like, you can't set up an amount of money for an appearance.
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry, my mistake.
You know how she can do it? She just does it.
Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah,
Right.
but so am I.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Lauren tells me that all the time.
You're looking good.
See?
Warren's blind.
All right, we'll see.
You see shapes and shades of light, and he's like an amoeba. He just, he can sense different variations in light.
Okay.
You look like a pixelated light bulb to him. That's all you look
But
like.
a good-looking one.
Pretty good.
You look like a great-looking pixelated mound of flesh.
Thank you.
And he's like,
Thank you very much.
That's handsome.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see what we can figure out.
We're going to have to do some crowdsourcing thing or something.
That's your feedback, everybody. All right. We've got to take a break, right? We've got our guest in studio. We're talking to House of Pendragon Brewing Company today, so we're going to have some fun with them. Let's go get some of their beer in our glass, is what I think we ought to do. All right, hang in there. It's the session. You're tuned in to the very last show from Studio Double D here in Martinez. Our next show might be from the Hop Grenade, or it might be on the road. We don't know yet, but you won't hear us from here. I'll tell you what. I'm going to give away a prize to every caller who calls in tonight and either asks a question or says farewell. 888-401-BEER.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the style profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
Do you like beer? They make beer.
Watch out!
Do you like friends and fun? They make friends and fun.
Watch out!
Do you still like to have a good time? The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
The 21st Amendment in San Francisco, located at 563 2nd Street, 2 blocks from the building where baseball is seen and played. Try their beers in the pub or try them in the can, featuring Monk's Blood, made with real monk.
Watch out!
So why not have the best time of your life? Go to the 21A and Sean O'Sullivan will personally greet you with a can of Monk's Blood. The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
This advertisement is not in any way affiliated nor associated with the 21st Amendment Bar and Pub, nor its subsidiaries or affiliates. This telecast is not copywritten by the 21st Amendment for the private use of the Brewing Network. Any use of this telecast without Jamil Zainashev's consent is prohibited. Suck it, JP.
The biggest innovation in brewer's yeast in 125 years is here. Yeast that has never been exposed to the environment. See it for yourself at NHC in Grand Rapids. Pure yeast fermentation. White Labs. A few things happened 30 years ago.
ARPANET migrated to TCP/IP, and the Internet was born. Revenge of the Jedi was renamed Return of the Jedi and opened in theaters. Mila Kunis and Emily Blunt were born, beginning a rad fantasy in my mind.
But all of that pales next to the fact that HopTech opened its doors and began blowing homebrewers right out of their mash tuns. HopTech doesn't fuck around. Real people shipping awesome shit straight to you. Their new website is fast and easy to navigate. Or just call 800-379-4677 and let badass bitch Jade and brewing brother Roberto blow their warm load of customer service all over you. So visit the site or visit the store in Dublin, California and support those that support you. Get your brewing on at hoptech.com.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold.
Right now.
All right, welcome back to the program, and thank you for sticking with us. House of Pendragon Brewing is here with us. Real quick, we got to go to the phones. I said I would give away, we have stuff to give away, basically, before the move. And so I'm going to make JP do some shipping this week.
Shit.
And everybody who calls in and either asks a question or says farewell will get a prize tonight. I can't guarantee you what the prize will be, but it will be a prize.
We've got something.
We got Eric on the line from El Sobrante, which is a local community, much like Martinez. It's a shithole. I mean, it's much like Martinez.
That's where Beavis from, right?
Yeah.
Eric, what's happening?
You can just drop it off.
Oh, man, just hanging out, listening to the podcast.
Thanks for calling in, brother.
Nice end to my day. Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
El Sobrante, huh?
Yeah, the leftovers, you know.
How long you been living there?
Homebrew.
Leftovers.
Actually, three years over here.
Oh, you're still okay. I've been living next to a refinery for much longer than you have, and I'm still doing fine, I feel like.
Yeah, he's normal. His emotions are in check.
Right.
It's it's all good.
Totally balanced.
I'm the most balanced person I know.
Right.
All right, well, were you just calling to say farewell?
Yeah, I just wanted to say farewell to Studio Double D. I'm looking forward to the new spot and coming to get some nice beers at the tap room and check you guys out.
Excellent. Well, we're looking forward to having you. That is one of the cool things about the moving the studio to the Hop Grenade is that it's a public place. You can come in, drink beer, and hang out with us and watch us through the fishbowl that we're making as the studio.
Yeah, but just make sure that you don't look Justin directly in the eyes.
Yeah, I don't like that. That and you'll get radiation.
Will do.
From all the refineries. All right, Eric, here's what you got to do. Send an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. Say you called in tonight, he'll send you a prize.
Okay, great. Sounds good, man.
Thanks, brother. Cheers.
All right. Now, I'll see you guys at Firestone, too.
You will see some of us. Tasty, you're going.
I'll be there.
I'm not going to be there.
I won't do.
You'll see Tasty, you'll see Push. I actually haven't asked Moscow if he wants to go yet or not. I'm assuming we can't because of the Hop Grenade.
Yeah, I do want to go, but can we?
You'll see Tasty's more fun to see anyway. So
yeah,
tell Tasty I'm bringing my wife Christina. He'll be happy.
There you go, Tasty.
Oh shit!
I'm smiling.
All right, Eric. Later, brother.
All right, man. See ya.
Cheers. There you go. See, he knows you, Tasty. Knows you like a book.
Oh, I know Eric. That's Eric Mays.
Is that how the saying goes?
I think it knows you like syphilis or something.
Something like that.
Something like that.
All right. Beer Bob from Campbell is on the line, too. Beer Bob, what's happening?
I just wanted to say, great show, you guys. I love listening to you on Monday nights.
Thanks, brother. Well, you're in Campbell, so you can come see us on Monday nights when we move.
That's a little bit, well, maybe. Still, in the evenings, the traffic's kind of bad going that way.
Yeah.
Campbell's over by Los Gatos, San Jose.
I see. Well, every once in a while, just get a designated driver and come hang out with us.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. I seen Tasty at up there at Boonville. He was pouring at the Stone booth.
Oh, they got you pouring, huh, Tasty?
I always like to volunteer a little bit.
Okay, you probably caught him for the 45 seconds that he volunteered to pour.
They were annoyed because I kept having pictures taken with people instead of pouring.
Right.
He wanted the picture. I don't know what that.
He was probably pouring for himself. I'm just here pouring myself a glass.
Yeah, they were getting annoyed because I wasn't serving anybody.
No, they were. By the time I got there, they were. Oh, go ahead.
Tasty, was that you hanging out at Lagunitas on Sunday as well?
No, I wasn't at Lagunitas on Sunday.
Oh,
somebody looked like me there?
That was a different old guy with a bunch of chicks, apparently.
You're all by yourself sitting there sulking.
Oh, I'm myself sulking. I do that most other nights, actually.
All right, Beer
All right,
Bob,
guys.
send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com and we'll get you a prize. Thanks for calling in.
Awesome. See
Cheers,
you guys.
brother.
Bye.
Yeah, you give them crap and they flood the lines.
I know, now the lines are flat. I got an interview to get to.
I don't know why you said that. I don't know.
Guys, you mind if I do one more call? And then we got time with you guys, right? So, who do we have here? Oh, we got somebody from Frez, yes.
Oh, God.
That's near where you guys are, right?
It sure is.
All right, let's go to...
Yes.
Shit.
Let's go to Marshall from Frez, yes. What's happening, buddy?
Hey, not much. Let me turn the phone down.
Hey, they sound really happy to hear from you.
Yeah, maybe you should keep your phone turned up.
They're like,
That's okay, I'll keep my phone turned up. I'm doing good. Go Tommy, go Aaron.
Is this your local brewery?
That's right.
Yeah. How do you know these guys? Just from the brewery, or are you old friends?
I solicited them.
Old homebrew club friend.
Oh, okay. Is Marshall a big pain in the ass, guys?
Yes.
Oh, they're both nodding.
No, Marshall's actually like my prototype brewer. He'll brew my test batches for me.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's an awesome brewer.
Oh, well, that's good then. You need a guy like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, excellent.
Hey, Tommy, remember the whole thing about the mic?
Oh, this thing right here,
Speak into it,
right
baby.
from my mouth.
Come
Yeah,
on
okay,
now.
yeah, I got that. I got it.
No, the other thing.
Oh, it's very seductive.
All right, Marshall, we're going to send you a House of Pendragon Brewing sticker.
That sounds really good.
A signed
Is it going
sticker.
to force people to drink 559 beers? My question.
What do you say?
Will it force people to drink 559 beer, is what I think you said. What is 559 beer?
I'll let you
Is it an experimental beer you guys are working on?
I think I have to refrain from talking about 559 beer for legal reasons.
Okay.
It's one better than 560 beer.
That would be fine. All right, Marshall, do this. If you send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, we'll send you a prize. It won't be a House of Pendragon sticker because you probably already have 10. Do you have anything to say to the guys?
Hey, good luck, guys. You both look really beautiful on TV. Just in the back of your head looks nice as well.
Thank you.
JP, congrats on everything that you do, all of you.
Oh, I thought you were just talking to JP because I was like, that's the best compliment ever.
Congrats on whatever it is
Everything
you do.
All right, Marshall. Thanks, brother. All right, I only have one more caller on the line.
You should take this one because he was talking crap.
All right, let's go to Phil from Tennessee. What's happening, Phil?
What's up, man?
What kind of shit you talking? What's happening?
Diarrhea.
I'll be up there at the BNA 9, man. I can't wait to beat your guys' ass in some softball and some kickball, man.
Oh, nice. Oh, so you're from Tennessee, right? Have that right?
Yeah, man, Nashville.
All right.
Nashville, Tennessee.
And you're flying out for the party and for NHC?
He's real proud, too.
We're flying out, man, on the 11th. We'll be there.
All right, we're going to figure out... we don't know how we're doing the sign-ups for this yet, but we do want listeners to be able to sign up in advance to take on the Brewcasters and our sponsors in a game of kickball. And I'll tell you what, Phil, you are not going to win. We're going to beat your ass.
Goddamn right.
We'll see. We'll see.
By the way, everyone has to chug 8 beers before they go up to kick. That's rule number one.
I'm down, man. I'm down.
See, I know our listeners. I cannot make enough rules for them to go, no, we're not doing that.
Oh, for sure.
Every time they go, yeah, of course we are.
Yeah. Before you take a base, you have to put on this bra and panties.
Of course we do.
Of course.
And
Why
then
wouldn't
what?
we? Yeah. I'll show up wearing this.
Maybe you should make some of the guys wear the sumo wrestling outfits.
Dude, that's a great idea.
During the game. I love this idea.
Yes. That's really an awesome idea. I think whoever the pitcher is should have to wear the sumo because he's going to take a lot of balls to the face.
Is that CC Sabathia?
so
Oh, no,
speak.
it's just a guy in a sumo.
All right, Phil, send an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll get your prize. Thanks for calling.
Hell yeah, man. Sounds good.
Later.
Why can't Warren ship these out?
Have you seen Warren? I don't even know what he does.
I haven't seen Warren.
I've never seen Warren do anything.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've never seen him move.
That's too bad.
And listen, and he's a step up from you, I think. Actually,
is that why his beard's so big? Is because he doesn't do anything?
Right. So, no, it's all you. And by the end, I think we have 15 or so prizes to give away down there. So
I actually have a lot to give away previous to this.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I couldn't come in last week because I was radioactive.
Right.
From the last show.
Yeah.
So,
do you ever feel like Santa Claus?
Well, plan to spend a couple of days here this week.
I do.
Sending out all the gifts.
All right, let's talk to the boys. We've got Tommy Caprellian and Aaron. Is that right? From House of Pendragon Brewing Company. Welcome to the studio, guys.
Thank you for having me.
My first question.
Yes.
Are you guys like Dungeons and Dragons guys? Or I mean, JP, I had to ask, right?
Let me pull out my my dice here. And,
hey, I had one of those too.
Yeah, I don't get to ask a question until you roll a 24-sided die.
Exactly.
20.
Where does the name come from?
The name comes from how I got the name. In the beginning, I was trying to find something that was a little bit different from the other breweries that are in our area.
Yeah,
and
I can fix that for you. Keep going. You're doing fine.
You good? Okay. It took me a few months before I figured out what I wanted. And one night I was just sitting at home, bored, watching reruns of Three's Company, and
great
decided to turn on the History Channel, and there was something on there about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table.
Okay.
And at one point they mentioned that King Arthur's last name was Pendragon.
Okay.
I'm like, oh my god, that's a badass name. That would make a really cool brewery name.
Yeah.
So what do I do first? I Google it. Make sure no one other brewery has it or this or that.
Wait, who does that?
Wait,
nobody does that.
Right?
What?
Right? Yeah. You don't Hop Grenade? Or?
You did a tiny amount of due diligence by using
little
Google?
Bit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's real easy.
Fair enough. So I've heard.
Yeah. And no one had it. I think I found a furniture company in England that had it or something like that.
Okay.
And I'm like, I could do this. And then I'm like, you know what? Why don't we call it the Royal House of Pendragon? House of Pendragon. That'd be kind of cool. And 2 days later, I realized if you abbreviate it, it spells hop.
Oh, right.
And I'm like, that's badass. I'm sold.
I didn't even think
I'm sold.
About that.
Trademark. You know what I mean? At that point, done deal. I found, I wanted to find a name that I could actually build a theme off of. Because everybody in my area was doing things local, and I didn't want to infringe on, all the other stuff that they're doing, fight over names, local names, and I wanted to set myself apart, and I figured this would be the way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you saw that on the History Channel?
On the History Channel,
so
yeah.
That's kind of awesome because I feel like the History Channel's played a huge part in
right?
Because it started your brewing thing,
kind
didn't
of
it?
a nerd, right?
Well, and didn't it spark the whole brewing thing in the first place?
It really did. I started home brewing in 2006.
Okay.
And the reason I started was I was bored one night again.
Yeah.
And the History Channel was on. I think it was the Modern Marvels. They had the brewing. They were talking about brewing.
Yeah.
And there was a segment on there for like a minute or two about some guys in a garage making beer.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, that's legal.
I have a garage.
I'm
a guy.
I'm beer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's legal? You could actually do that? And so right after the show was over, I Googled. I didn't even know what to call it at the time. I just typed in making beer at home.
Okay.
I didn't even know how to call it home brewing at the time, right?
Yeah. Seems too simple.
Yeah, and then I found there was a local homebrew shop in our area, and the very next day I went to that shop and I got a kit, and they asked me what I wanted to brew.
Did you have a job?
I did.
Okay, I'm just curious because you're like, I'm up late at night watching the History Channel. The very next day, I go buy a kit. I'm wondering what you do.
Yeah, at the time I was in banking at the time.
Okay,
and so I went the next day. It was my day off, obviously, and I went. I didn't even know what I wanted to do. I was kind of in the craft beer. I was just getting into it. I'm drinking, Blue Moon and Sierra Nevada at the time. And
two well-respected craft beers,
right?
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. One of those is a wonderful beer. The other one is made in
Sierra
Chico. Of course, Sierra Nevada is a great beer.
Yeah, so I went in there, and the guy asked me, he's like, well, what do you want to brew? I'm like, I don't know, like a Blue Moon type beer. I didn't even know what to call it at the time. I didn't even know it was a wit. You know?
Right. And he's like, great, another asshole.
Yeah, right?
a Blue Moon.
Yeah, this guy. So... Honestly, I remember now. He gave me like all these ingredients. He gave me like a can of extract, a bucket, a book, some hops, which I think were like Cascades.
Okay,
and a pat on the ass.
And yeah,
go get him,
go get him, boy. You know. So I went home and I read the book that they gave me. They came with a kit and everything, and I threw it all together, boiled it in the pot in the stove, and I threw it in the bucket, and I pitched the yeast, and I put it on my balcony. Because I didn't have any fermentation. I didn't even know what fermentation control was at the time. So I just threw it out there. I thought it'd be good. 2 days later, I come back, and I open the bucket. I peek in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck is that? It's like foaming.
Yeah.
It smells weird. And I'm like, I fucked it up. So I dumped it. I didn't even drink it.
Oh, right then and there you dumped it?
Yeah, I'm like, I fucked it up. Something's wrong here.
You really knew nothing about.
No, I was
brewing at
like
this
green. I saw the
Yeah.
TV show, and that was it. That's my homebrewing experience.
I love this story.
What time of year was it in Fresno? That you just set it out on the porch.
This is a good question.
No, it was like November.
Oh, okay.
So it was 108.
right. Yeah, right.
It was 90 at night.
Yeah.
It's probably better that you dumped it.
No joke, it probably was better.
Yeah.
I dumped
You
it.
did not taste a thimble.
Not even a thimble. I looked at it.
Well, thimbles have
I saw
pull.
this
Why
like
would you-
frothy stuff, and I'm like, that doesn't look or smell like beer. And I threw it away. Now I know it. Look, that's what fermentation looks like.
You'd never make it in prison.
No.
It smells bad.
Definitely a catch.
Take it. This is for you.
So after that, why did you even attempt it again? I would think it would just be the end of it.
Honestly, I could have been like, well, fuck this is stupid,
Yeah.
and just went on and collected stamps or some shit,
Yeah.
But
As most bankers.
What's wrong with
yeah, right. Yeah, the normal banking hobbies,
Coke is falling out of fashion.
Yeah,
Coin collections.
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude, I saw those guys on that show. They were doing things. They were using grain, and I got like a can of sticky stuff, and
Right.
I go, there has to be a better way of doing this.
Right.
So I decided instead of going out and buying another kit, I'm like, let's educate myself. So I Googled books, and I found books on it and this and that, which led me to actually your guys' podcast.
Okay.
And
you Google books, we come up?
Well, I Googled brewing.
The guys at the BN sure hate books.
Guys who don't read books.
Yeah, right, yeah, that's how you came up, yeah. And I found you guys, and honestly, you guys kind of, honestly, if it wasn't for you guys here, every one of you guys influenced me to get to this point.
Awesome.
And
thank
so
you for that.
I will be doing handies at that door right there.
On the way out?
On the way out.
Oh.
I burn myself at the brewery a
if I'd
lot,
have known.
so I'm really callousy.
That's okay. It only
takes
takes each one of us 4 seconds. So
Perfect.
we
I'd
literally,
like to skip
we
that
just
part.
walk
You
by.
can.
Well, you guys are
Thank
like,
you.
Yeah.
You're first, Pete.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
I
Yeah.
do really like this story because it feels a little more organic than a lot of stories that we get about how people got into homebrewing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you literally, you're kind of like us. Like you're just watching TV one day and you go, "Well, that looks cool.
Let me try this."
And a few years later, you've got a brewery.
Yeah, you're multiple thousands of dollars in debt.
Yeah.
Thank God you had cable.
Oh,
Exactly. So really, you should be thanking the History Channel, not the Brewing Network. I feel like you're send a letter
there's
to
a lot
them.
of people I should be thanking, and really on the shoulders of giants on this one, to be honest with you.
So this is back in like 06, you're saying,
Right,
that this
right.
happens. You see the History Channel, you go get a kit, you go, all right, this extract thing isn't for me. I see these other people really kind of getting involved. So what do? You go back to the homebrew shop?
I do, yeah. It's a great homebrew shop, Bing Como's Homebrew Supply. It's been supplying Fresno area for a long time. And
Okay.
a great homebrew supply shop.
And you
but
say, I want to do all grain.
I did. I really jumped into all grain probably my second or third batch. It didn't make sense to keep doing what I was doing.
What did you get? What equipment did you get to do that?
I started out with a igloo cooler as a mash tun,
Like the orange one, as a
exactly
like a false bottom.
Exactly.
Nice.
Probably the best mash tun to this day, to be honest with you.
So that was my first all grain setup, and I still love that thing to this day. I gave it away to somebody, but it was virtually lossless in temperature, right? Like maybe 2 degrees.
Yeah.
Did you experience the same thing?
Same thing.
You
Same
just
thing.
cover it up, and it was great mash tun.
I wish I could have a 3-barrel igloo cooler.
Yeah. All right, so you go to an igloo cooler, and what, you buy a kettle and a burner?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I start doing all grain batches, and, things start getting a little bit better. And, I really dive into the hobby.
Did you throw away any other batches after that first? I mean any of your other first ones?
No. After that, yeah, it was I could at least drink these, or at least I knew what it looked like. It was fermentation.
Did the guy at the homebrew shop explain that to you? Like, hey, what you threw away was actually fermentation.
No. I figured it out. I saw videos.
Yeah. So did you try the same beer again? You try a wit the second time?
I did. I eventually did another wit and kind of got it going there.
When you did the wit, did you realize, fuck, I can't drink 5 gallons of this?
How dare you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got past the wits pretty quick.
Wit is one of those styles, you have it every now and then. You go, this is really good. I want to try to brew it. And then, about 2 gallons in, you're like, it's too much.
That's a really good point. Like as a consumer, you're like, oh, what a great beer.
Yeah.
When you have a ton of it. Okay.
You have a ton of it.
I'll have a Coors Light, please. Thank you.
It was probably like my gateway beer, like Blue. No, I don't want.
It's okay.
It was like Blue Moon was kind of like my gateway beer because not because I fell in love with it, it's because I tasted it and I'm like, oh my god, there's like weird flavors here.
It has
I've never
flavors.
tasted. Yeah. I mean, obviously from the Belgian yeast and this and that stuff that you've never tasted before.
Right.
So it really got me going and trying other things. And when I got to actually homebrewing, I kind of had at least a little bit of a small, sophisticated palate at the time.
So how many years before you go, hey, I should open a professional brewery? If you start in 06, is it a couple of years? Is it 6 years? A month?
The brewery, I knew right away this is what I wanted to do the rest of my life. Or probably like the second batch in, I'm like, this is it. This is it.
Wow. So you dumped your first batch and then said, I need to do this all the time on your second?
Yeah.
Is that because you loved the brewing or because you were a banker?
I need to do anything but bank.
I'm just curious.
No joke. Honestly, the brewing is what got me out of banking.
Okay.
To be honest with you, it got to a point where it was an obsession, and I left the banking job, and the very next month I enrolled in Siebel.
Oh wow!
So
when was that?
I believe it was 2010, I believe. I think it was.
So about 4 years into it or so, you're like, fuck it, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
And you leave work and you go to school.
I did, and I went back. I left my banking job, and I went back working on the farm with my family.
Okay.
And
where is that? Is that out?
That's in Sanger, California.
Okay.
It's about 10 minutes east of Fresno.
And that's where the brewery is, in Sanger.
In Sanger, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
This story could be from 1842.
Yeah, I went back to working on the farm.
Yeah,
and,
until I could get until the books from England came over on the boat.
Yeah.
Right.
So I could actually learn about what I'm doing. I left my high-paying job as at the bank, started on the farm,
and went back to the farm.
Oh, no joke. I'd be on the tractor listening to the BN, like old session shows.
Wow.
Yeah, I went from like...
Tractors have radios now?
No, headphones.
Oh.
We're not on the radio.
Noise
I thought it was
canceling
1942. I forgot about headphones.
Yeah. I would listen to like 3 shows a day.
Wow.
I started from like show number 1 and went all the way to current. And
wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a compliment because you're like in a tractor and you're just driving a straight line for 10 hours. Right. It's either that or you listen to us.
Right.
I don't feel like there was a good there's a choice there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it's either sermons on the radio or the
God
Brewing Network.
said.
Yeah. Right.
But I'll take it as a compliment.
I would take it as a compliment. I would. Yeah.
What is your family farm?
We farm grapes, peaches, and a little bit of almonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not grapes for wine, I'm going to assume?
No, actually half of our grapes go to wine.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For what kind of wine?
White wine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Any fermentation background in the family at all? Did some distant relative make wine or beer?
No, not at all.
Okay.
In fact, when I got in the brewing, my family's like, well, why don't you just make wine? I'm like, well, I don't drink wine. Why the fuck am I going to drink wine?
It's a good answer.
Why am I going to make it if I don't like it,
It's funny, making beer or wine is not like selling drugs. To be a successful drug dealer, you shouldn't do your product.
Correct.
To be a successful brewer, you should drink beer. Yeah. Right?
You should drink beer. Yes.
Not that I've ever sold drugs.
No.
Or brewed well.
Good point. Excellent point.
Hey, you're a married man, though, right, Tom?
I am.
So how did she take it when you were like, "Yeah, I'm quitting my gig and going to school"?
Well, she knew I was really in the brewing at that time, and it got to the point where, look, you got to do something, and I just had to follow my passion.
Okay.
My wife was when I went to school. My wife was actually pregnant with my daughter at the time.
Wow.
And it was kind of a big deal that I left to go do that.
Sure, that's scary.
Yeah,
having your daughter and your wife being pregnant at the same time. Wow.
Is that what I said?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's from Fresno. Did you hear that part?
You said with your daughter.
It gets really weird over there.
It's 1842. I mean, you must have been
it's on the farm.
extremely nervous about that decision.
Oh yeah, we both were. But you know what? She knew I needed to follow my passion. She knew I wasn't liking what I was doing. It was just stress and.
In other words, you were a dick at the time. You were kind of coming home. You were
coming
a dick.
home and being a dick. Yeah.
So she's like, anything that'll make you happier.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. That's a cool wife to have. It's we're pregnant. Our bills are going to go through the roof shortly, but you do whatever you want.
You quit.
Well, luckily she was a teacher at the time.
Okay.
So we had the medical side taken care of, so we were good on that.
Oh, that's
side.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
So you decide to go to Siebel.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you choose Siebel?
Honestly, I couldn't leave and go to the Chicago course, so I ended up doing the online version, which was, I think, about 3 or 4 months, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember how long it was, but it was a little more prolonged than the actual in-person one, because obviously you're not there.
Did you have to drive to a neighboring town to have internet, or
no? We
just the library.
We have the interwebs there.
I only had to go to the library.
Yeah.
Just curious.
No. We have internet. No, we did that. I did that, and very soon after, I caught word that a local brewery, Tioga Sequoia, was looking for an assistant brewer.
Yeah,
and
they've been at our Winterfest for a couple years now.
Mm-hmm.
Great beer.
Yeah, they're a great brewery. They're a great brewery. And so I applied, and I met the brewmaster, Kevin Cox, and we hit it off, and I got the job. And one of the main things there was he wanted me to start a quality control program.
Okay.
While I was there, and I didn't have any experience at the time of quality control. I just had my schooling and my homebrew background.
But they taught that at Siebel, I assume, quality control.
They taught a little bit of it there, but I mean, hands-on stuff. You know, you don't really.
It's all theory up to this point, right?
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. So luckily, our brewmaster had a contact with someone at Firestone Walker, one of the reps at Firestone Walker, and got me a few days of internship at Firestone's quality control lab with Jim Crooks. I believe he might be at the Barrel
he's a
Works
sour
now.
guy now.
Yeah, he's at the Barrel. I believe he's a really great guy. I mean, he let me come in there and test out some of our brewery equipment there and actually show me the basics of quality control, at least so I could get started and get me into a direction.
I hear that's a very cool thing, I think, for a brewery like Firestone to do. Mm-hmm. And I hear that they've done it before. They really want the community to grow and put out quality beer.
Well, it's a quality part.
Yeah.
It's they don't want any brewery coming up and putting out a bad product because it just makes us all look bad.
So that's really nice that you got an internship.
Yeah. I mean, really great crew there. And so I got some footing there to come back and start our own little program and get the basics going there. And I worked at Tioga for a little over a year, and I just actually at the time when I was debating about leaving, my wife was pregnant again with our son, and I just felt that...
And you're like, hey, I'm going to quit my job again.
Let's do this, right?
What is wrong with you?
Yeah. So it was kind of one of those things like, man, where am I going to go with this?
Yeah.
You know, am I going to stay here at Tioga? Am I going to go back work on the farm? Or should I go and try to start my own little legacy, you know, for my family? And I decided to do that, and I ended up starting my own brewery, basically.
All right, let's pause there and take a break.
Sure.
And we'll come back and we'll talk about you starting up the brewery. I wanted to mention, since you're a Siebel graduate, that Siebel is giving away another chance to go to their brewing school. So if you've ever dreamed of attending the World Brewing Academy, this year, once again, thanks to Lalamond and Danstar, one lucky brewer will make that dream a reality, and for free. Enter the Beer School 2015 contest, and one lucky winner will get fully paid tuition into the World Brewing Academy's web-based, concise course in brewing technology, which is worth more than $3,000, by the way.
Wow!
So it's a hell of a lot of education for free. Every time you use a Danstar yeast package, you enter yourself to win. Just visit danstaryeast.com to see details and to print your official entry form. There's no limit to the number of entries that you can put in there. So a lot of ways to win a chance to go to the World Brewing Academy. And it's working for you.
It's working out for me.
It could work for one of our lucky listeners, too. All right, let's do this. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more. We've got a little bit of your beer in our glass, so we'll talk about that. And you brought us even more beer than this.
Yeah.
So 888-401-BEER if you want to call in and ask questions of the guys. In the next segment, if you've got questions for House of Pendragon, I will give a prize to every caller who calls in. Questions only. Hang in there. It's The Session.
Listening to the Brewcasters. Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Craft Beer and Brewing Magazine is the new go-to source for home brewing enthusiasts and anyone passionate about craft beer. Each new issue is full of inspiration, recipes, and techniques for home brewing, cooking and pairing food with beer, and features from craft brewers and the world of craft beer. More than 120 full-color pages of content, quarterly releases, and annual specials. Get practical advice from brewing experts, equipment reviews, great interviews, and much more. There's a new craft beer magazine available right now. Craft Beer and Brewing Magazine on newsstands now. Visit www.beerandbrewing.com. Subscribe now and get your limited edition bottle opener free today. Craft Beer and Brewing Magazine, the new word in craft beer and brewing.
Hey guys, JP here from the Brewing Network. On the show, you've heard us talk about the importance of using the right malts and the freshest ingredients possible when brewing up a batch of beer. As a BJCP judge, I am always impressed when brewers make European beer styles and choose the proper base malts, something that really comes through in the finished product. BSG supplies your favorite local shop with malt from maltsters like Bayerman and Rar. These malts are the real deal for the most authentic beers possible.
BSG, Brewer Supply Group, is the source for quality malts. Crisp, Simpsons, and Patagonia are more of the amazing maltsters BSG brings to you. From Pilsners to Porters, use the right malts for every style of beer with malt from BSG. BSG, quality malt for a quality beer.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and the freshest ingredients, backed by the best customer service in the business. New items include the Big Oxygen Kit for economical wort aeration using common welding oxygen tanks, and the Unistat line of external thermostats for easy control of both electric heaters and refrigerators. In addition, they've just mashed their new oatmeal stout malt extract, so you can make those tasty winter oatmeal stouts and porters without mashing. Go to williamsbrewing.com today and browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Hey, Wooly, I'm beat. Can we find a nice tree to just hang out in for a while?
You're beat. I've been swinging through this forest for 50 years, ever since we first escaped from the circus. I know, but there's got to be more to life than exploring this creek and trying to populate the valley by copulating with loose, hairy girls. Marquis, stop. Look.
What is that?
It looks like a man-made treehouse.
With fresh food.
And craft beer.
Welcome to the Creek Monkey Tap House, boys. Grab a seat. Creek Monkeys drink free.
Awesome!
The Creek Monkey Tap House in Martinez, California takes their mission of fresh food and beer seriously. They only serve locally raised beef and chicken, as well as local sustainable produce. It's better for you and the planet, and it just tastes better. The beer and wine at Creek Monkey Tap House are chosen with the same care for the highest quality and rotate frequently to make each visit an adventure. Swing on into the Creek Monkey Tap House and enjoy a new legend of amazing food, beer, and wine. The Creek Monkey Tap House, online at creekmonkey.com.
Hilo, what's it feel like?
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Spraying live beer radio all over your face.
Can't get any better than this, baby.
It's the Brewing Network.
Tonight in a bar alone I'm sitting, apart from the laughter and the cheer, while scenes from the past rise before me, just watching the bubbles in my beer. And I'm seeing the road that I've traveled, a road paved with heartaches and tears. And I'm seeing the past that I've wasted, while watching the bubbles in my beer. A vision of someone who loved me brings a long silent tear to my eye, as I think of the heart that I've broken, and of the golden chances that have passed me by. Oh, I know that my life's been a failure, and I've lost everything that made life dear. And the dreams I once dreamed now are empty as the bubbles in my beer. Vision of someone who loved me brings a long silent tear to my eye. And as I think of the heart that I've broken, and of the golden chances that have passed me by, oh, I know that my life's been a failure. I've lost everything that made life dear. The dreams I once dreamed now are empty as the bubbles in my beer.
Tuned into this session because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
All right, welcome back to the program, folks. Thanks for hanging in. Hey, don't forget about the Siebel Institute, America's oldest brewing school. More courses than any other brewing school. Courses include advanced homebrewing, craft distilling, and beer styles courses for those looking to ace beer knowledge exams. Like Cicerone or BJCP and things like that.
Yeah.
Professional-level brewing courses available both campus-based and web-based, and the faculty includes some of the best-known and most respected instructors in international brewing. So go check them out over at Siebel Institute. Good people.
Are Siebel's distillation classes theoretical, or do they actually offer those classes?
I'm sure they offer. Distillation is not illegal. It's only illegal to do at home.
Oh.
Yeah.
Without a permit or whatever.
So I think they're allowed to teach how to do it for real. I'm not sure. I've never done it myself.
Right. I've read a lot about it, though.
Yeah. I mean, I know that Doc only theoretically does it.
Right.
Doc's back in the studio this week, by the way. Came in to say farewell to Studio Double D.
Yeah.
He ruined my Twitter game.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the Twitter game, but okay, I'm glad I did.
Twitter game is what has Doc been doing? Where has he been?
Where's Doc been?
Where's Doc? Because you haven't been here for a while.
Doesn't matter. I'm here now.
That's right. Well, the Twitter game will be funny when they come up with whatever.
Oh, great.
Whatever it is you have.
I guess it'll have to do with bad things to goats, I'm sure.
Not yet, surprisingly.
Are all your goats still alive?
Good idea.
Since when?
Are most of your goats still alive?
Yes, they are.
Okay, that's good. Just checking. I don't know what they are going to be about goats now. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. Well,
I'm not smart, but something tells me the tap downstairs was changed from a saison to something like an IPA.
Yeah, somebody jumped in on that.
I wanted
No, double IPA.
perfect for JP.
I wanted to top my glass off, and I tasted like, wow, either the sandwich I had made this friggin' beer just taste like a hop pellet, or
Yeah. JP, he doesn't want to be rude, but he came and whispered to me at the break, hey, Tommy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing because he said that's a saison, but I'm pretty sure it's an IPA.
Yeah.
And maybe he should go back to brewing school. But he didn't want to.
Probably should.
He didn't want to say that out loud.
I thank you.
No, you swapped over. I have in my glass still your saison.
Yeah.
So why don't we talk about this beer first?
I had it in my glass. It was really good.
Did you put IPA on top of it? Like, were you trying to
Smell
top it off? So now this is
it's a
both.
blend?
Yeah.
It's a IPA?
Yeah.
It doesn't smell bad.
No, it doesn't smell bad, but it tastes like a double IPA, and so therefore I'm just gonna.
It's probably really
You're
good.
creating a new
because we
beer style.
blend all the time at the tap room. So
It's not a bad blend, actually.
Yeah.
Well, what is Firestone Opal? That's a hoppy saison. It's not bad at all. It's a nice
go.
beer.
Yeah,
Can-
but
can
not
be done.
bad is like a C.
No, it's not bad by your standard.
Right.
By everyone else's, is a great beer.
All right, let's talk about the saison.
Saison.
Tell me about the beer.
Yeah, the saison is, we call it our French saison, but on this particular batch, I actually added 1/3 WLP 565, and it's 2/3 3711, which is the French saison yeast from Y Yeast.
Okay.
It's
Why'd you do that?
I love the character from.
What's wrong with you?
No.
Why did you do that?
How do you sleep at night? Did you?
First of all, I wouldn't know the difference, so I want to know the technique, the thought behind
the
it.
3711 comes off really clean to me, but it has an awesome fruity aroma, like pineapple-y fruity aroma. And I felt like the last one I did was a little bit lacking in a little more of the saison character.
Okay.
So I blended a little bit with this, and I think we kind of got it. It ended up being a little bit higher in alcohol than we'll probably end up eventually having the beer. But this one came out about 7.6% ABV.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty much all Pilsner malt with a little bit of Munich and a little bit of oats for body.
What do you think, Tasty?
I like it a lot. It's nice and dry. Got like really good mouthfeel. Maybe it's from the oats. Who knows?
Yeah, why the oats?
Mouthfeel, exactly. That's what it was, is the mouthfeel. This one actually finished really low. It's probably about 1.3 Plato.
Okay.
Which is, what is that roughly? Yeah.
1005.
1005, yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Very low. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you try this exact recipe without oats and then add that?
Yeah, initially.
Exactly. That was the only difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, initially I did that, yeah.
And you tried it before with all French saison yeast also and weren't quite happy with that.
Yeah, it seemed like it was lacking a little bit of the traditional saison-y character to it.
Okay.
And I wanted to kind of bring that in a little bit with this beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
But say again, what's the ABV on this?
7.6.
So that's high for the style, right?
Yeah, a little bit. It's about 0.5% higher than it
Oh,
should
it's
be.
not. I was thinking that.
I think saisons are like 7% max on the style or something like
That's
that.
I don't know what the max is.
It's close.
I know.
But
It's
they're high-
kind of
okay.
broad, you know.
Higher than I
saisons
remember.
Usually 5 to 6 is what I've seen.
Okay.
Saison's kind of like a broad style. It's an awesome style to jump off of and do fun things with.
I don't think it's only for broads.
Well, yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
It's. I like this beer.
Thank you.
I could drink 3 pints, and then the 7% would kick right in.
Right in. Right in.
For the next 3.
But the dryness is fantastic. It makes you want to drink more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the style guide says 5 to 7, so it's just a
you're
little
right
bit
there.
higher than the top end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent beer. Any other special techniques? What about the fermentation temperature?
This one started at 65, and then I just let it free rise to about 73, and that's where it stayed, and that's just the ambient temperature in the brewery at the time.
So you didn't hold it there. It
No, just let it do its thing.
I wonder if in the summertime out there in Fres, yes, we've had brewers come in and they don't care if their saison goes up to 80 degrees.
Sure.
Do
sure.
you think you'll let it do the same thing?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to let them free rise, and then if I end up finding anything that's wrong with them at that point, then I might refrain them a little bit, but I'm just going to let them do their thing.
Does it free rise immediately from the pitch, or do you hold it at your pitching temperature for a couple of days or a certain amount of fermentation percentage and then let it free rise?
As soon as fermentation kicks off, I just let it go.
Interesting.
I'll set the temperature at 65. As soon as I see fermentation kick off, everything's off. And just let it do its thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does this blow off more than an average
It
beer?
tends to, yeah. This one actually overflowed out of the blow-off tube on this one, yeah.
What is your brew system like? What are you brewing on?
Right now, I finally got up to a full 3-barrel system now.
Okay. I love your. I finally got to 3 barrels.
Well, listen, it's been an evolution.
I really like it. Your story is just great so far because, like I said, it just feels very organic. But so you're up to a 3-barrel.
Yeah, I started off on a 55-gallon Blickman system.
Okay.
And I moved up really quick to. They have those extension pieces you could add to them. And
how does that work? What's that?
It's this really cool thing. It looks exactly like the kettle, except there's no bottom to it, and it fits over the kettle, and it has this rubber gasket that goes around it.
No shit.
And it goes right in, and I guess the heat and everything just kind of make it suck in.
Okay.
And it doesn't leak. I've never had a leak or anything like that. It brings it up from 55 gallons to 100 gallons.
And that's a Blickman product too.
A Blickman product.
That man is a genius.
He's a good engineer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what I've been brewing on up until now. I actually just got in this week because I haven't been able to do a full 3-barrel boil. Because it's only 100-gallon, and between the space of boiling room, I've been only able to do 80-gallon batches.
Okay.
So now I got an actual 3-barrel brew kettle that just came in that I'm gonna start brewing on.
So how are you? What's the burner like? What is the setup for this kettle?
The burner it's one of those jet burners. It's a 32-tip jet burner.
Okay.
And it just sits right underneath there. And,
no kidding.
Yeah, it works fantastic.
Where did you get this kettle from?
It's from Stout Tank.
Okay.
If you've heard of it, I think they're out of Oregon. If I'm not
See,
mistaken.
people don't talk to us about this stuff because they either say, "Oh, don't bother going small, just go bigger," and then even then they'll say, "Get a 7-barrel system."
Mm-hmm.
But you're telling me that you can order stuff that's a 3-barrel system, this sort of in-between point.
Well, honestly, I don't have all the money in the world to upgrade.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm at this point, I'm trying to upgrade incrementally.
I like this.
Until we could afford to get maybe a 7 or a 10-barrel system.
Okay. What are your fermenters like?
The fermenters are actually true 3-barrel fermenters.
Okay.
They're single wall. They're on wheels. I use fermentation rooms. For all my beers, I have 3 fermentation rooms that I use, and I could keep those rooms within 1 degree of fermentation the whole time of primary.
Wow!
Yeah,
did you build those yourself?
I built the whole brewery myself practically, except electrical because I'm not licensed to do that. So,
so what are they? They're just insulated rooms with some sort of a
super 2x6 walled insulated rooms with heavy. R-value insulation with foam insulation over them.
Okay.
And they're about 6 by 8 rooms, each one of them.
Okay.
And I'm able. What I do is I take each 3-barrel fermenter and just one at a time in each room, and the room controls the fermenter to the whatever degree I put it at.
What's the cooling unit?
No joke. It's an AC unit.
It is.
Yeah, it's hooked
and you
up
just wired it so that it can go lower than a normal
it
AC?
has. I know. Tasty. Everybody probably knows about those CoolBots systems that they have. It just.
I don't know.
It basically just It's a little unit that fools the AC to think that it needs to cool more.
Okay.
And it really works because I could type in that whatever I use one of those. Actually, no joke. I use the dual stage controllers from More Beer.
Yeah.
And
Ranco?
Yeah, the Ranco controllers, and I just whatever I put it at, it makes it stay there.
Wow.
Yeah, it took a little trial and error. I actually had to toss 2-3 batches to finally get it right.
Okay.
But now I got these rooms dialed in to where they stay any temperature I want to.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
So you literally wheel the fermenter in, just like I do my More Beer conical on its wheels. I wheel it where I want to go and I plug it in.
Mm-hmm.
In your sense, in your case, you wheel it into these rooms and then dial in the AC unit.
And dial in the AC unit, and it keeps it where it needs to be.
How many of these do you have?
I have 6 of those for stainless steel fermenters.
Okay.
And then I have 4 60-gallon plastic fermenters that I use for my Brett beers.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I saw your plastic fermenters in some photos, and we were wondering about that, using plastic on a commercial level.
Mhm.
You only use them for your funky beers, your Brett.
I do, because I'm always in fear of oxygen getting into those things.
Okay.
I try to seal those things as possible, but I know Brett could protect it against that a little bit better than normal yeast and oxidation. So I'll only use those if I'm using Brett in any of my beers.
And where do you get those from? Are those a full 3 barrels too, or?
No, those are 60 gallons.
Okay.
And I get those from, I think it's like Tank Depot or some along those lines. I think someplace out Texas.
Got it.
Yeah, I got those were like my original fermenters when I first started.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like how you really piece this together. I mean, I can picture you just kind of sat there going, I want to do this. I don't have a bunch of money.
I don't.
It's still just brewing, though. It doesn't matter what scale it's on. It's still just making beer. I just need to make a little more than I'm making for homebrew.
Yeah. Aaron actually, during one of our tastings that we did for one of our initial beers, he tasted one of our beers, and he's like, you know what? This is almost pro.
Right.
And he was trying to give me the best compliment at the time, right?
It just happened to be backhanded.
Right, yeah.
Last week.
It just kind of stuck. So, like, I kind of own it now. Like, my brewery's almost pro.
You should. It's almost a T-shirt.
It's almost a tattoo.
Yeah, I do feel like the locals would probably buy something because they would get it. They've probably seen you grow up and seen this brewery grow, and they'd want a shirt that says Pendragon. We're almost pro.
Yeah.
Also, you can take T-shirts off.
Right. You might want to start with the shirt.
Yeah.
Before you go in.
I'm getting that tattoo. I'm never living that one down.
Now, of course, we're talking to Tommy and Aaron. That was Aaron you just heard with House of Pendragon Brewing Company. And Aaron, what do you do with the company?
Mostly, I'm in the tap room, so.
Okay.
Mostly closed. Yeah, security.
He's a large man.
I take care of drunks. How tall are you? You're
6'6".
Big, you're 6'6".
Yeah.
How tall are you, Jip?
6'5".
Forget. Okay.
Yeah.
We finally found somebody taller than you.
If
That's
I stand
not
up
Sean
straight.
Paxton.
Right. Yeah.
Actually, when I walked in the room, I always look for the biggest dude in the room. And he fit that bill.
Right.
Definitely.
I've been offered a lot of jobs at bars. So.
I bet. Yeah.
No, I started doing IT. My background's IT. I do IT, so I know Tommy has no, money to pay somebody. So I just sort of took care of it and got the POS system working, got any other IT stuff working. We've got another friend that's done the website stuff.
And this is just to get the tasting room up and running.
Just to get the tasting room up and running, totally. And then decided it was a hell of a lot of fun to close it and see everybody come in and pour and talk about the beer. So I've been working there since day one.
So the deal is you've been a production brewery, basically, and then you decided I need a tasting room. So you went forward with figuring out how to do that.
Well, the tasting room always was in the plan since day one. It just took a lot longer to get started. I mean, you're going through that right now. I mean, you wanted to be open by what day, and it took God knows how long.
2012.
8 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we signed the lease almost a year before we actually opened.
Okay.
How many months did you pay rent?
No, we didn't. Luckily we worked it out to where we didn't have to pay rent until it actually opened. So
Okay.
it was thankfully our landlord did that. But,
Yeah.
Between the licensing with the city and this and that, it just took a lot longer than we expected. So in the meantime,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I feel like everything's been wonderful.
Nothing you're saying makes any sense.
Right.
We've never been happier.
We had to change around our business model. Actually, I mean, we weren't expecting to be a production brewery first because I mean, look at our size. I mean, we were brewing initially 45-gallon batches.
Yeah.
And I mean, how do you make a living on that? How many?
I don't know. I should ask you that.
Hey, honestly, so at that point, we just kind of sucked it up and said, you know what? For the next year until we get, or however long until we get this tap room open, we're just marketing.
Okay.
So it's kind of how we got our following was we produce as much beer as we can on our system and just put it out there, and then it took off.
Really?
When we would drop off a keg, if you didn't get there that day at that bar to drink that keg, it was gone.
Wow.
Like that.
Is this just sort of locally?
Locally,
Okay.
yeah. Within I'd say within about a 40-mile radius of our brewery.
Was it only bars? Or did you get into some restaurants?
Craft brew bars that were really craft beer centric.
Was it any particular one of your beers or any of the styles?
In any of them, to be honest
Didn't
with
matter.
you. We just developed actually our first year before we opened the tap room, we had 18 different distinct beers we launched.
Okay.
And
wow.
every one of them just did their thing. And
what was this magic marketing that you did? Was it just getting your beer out there, or did you do something special?
I think it was just our brewing style. It was new.
Okay.
It's something our area wasn't used to. I mean, we're pushing the envelope on a lot of our beers. We're the first brewery in our area to even use Brett or even do a sour beer or any of those things. So I think our area was just because we're kind of. It's gotten better in the recent years, but I mean, we're still kind of the bypass city.
Yeah.
I mean, people come from Northern California and drop off their beer in Southern California, or vice versa, and they bypass Fresno.
I see.
So
they might stop to get gas.
They get gas. You're right. You're right.
Sure.
There's a lot of good gas
There's
stations.
an In-N-Out.
Got an In-N-Out there.
Yeah, and it's gotten a lot better.
But this is it's a good point that you bring up, because this is kind of how breweries started. Hundreds of years ago, where you had this local brewery.
Sure,
you're the local brewery.
Yeah.
And in your area, you still get to be that. In our area, yes, we have local breweries, but we consider Sierra Nevada our local brewery, right?
Sure.
And they're up in Chico. They're 3 hours away from us. But in your area, you truly are the local brewery. You're the one guy who's right around the corner.
Yeah, and we love that. We like being the small guy. We like doing our small batches. We like variety, you know, and that's just what we do.
So it just worked, and it resonated with the community, apparently.
It did. I mean, you want to say? Oh, sure.
Fresno's really in its infancy of craft beer, and we get 10 to 20% of the people that walk through the door in the tap room have never had a craft beer,
right?
And they sit around and have 6 pints. They hang out for a while,
wow,
and it completely changes their mind. So we are kind of a black hole because it's so hard to find anything beyond Blue Moon,
right?
That kind of thing in a restaurant or a bar, unless you're really paying attention.
Yeah.
So where we are, people have showed up because our tap room is their local all of a sudden.
Perfect.
And it's changing.
Well, if you guys can, if Fresno can do for craft beer what it's done for methamphetamines and hookers, I feel like you guys you're really going to make it.
Yeah, we're on it. We're on it.
We're on it. Honestly, I don't even know anything about Fresno. It's just an easy stereotype, right?
You're not that far off.
I know nothing.
We're such a stereotype
Northern
city.
Hesperia.
And I'm telling you, no one knows anything about Fresno, and we all just sit around making these stupid jokes.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to come there and just get immersed in the culture. It's not that bad.
I'm sure it's
not that bad.
I'm genuinely sure that it's not.
If it was that bad, we wouldn't be there.
Right, you wouldn't have stuck around all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, this is a great success story. So now you can't make enough beer, is what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, when we launched the tap room 6 weeks ago, we had 12 beers. And we're down to 3, and we're struggling to keep up with the 3.
Oh, I see.
So
how many times a week are you brewing?
I'm brewing 3 days a week.
Okay.
Because that's just how my room.
That's just where your capacity.
It's my capacity is, and with the amount of fermenters I have and everything, and I'm just maxed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, before we talk about the IPA that's in my glass,
sure.
I think kind of along these same lines of how you guys got here, do I have it right in my notes that you also started this brewery as a Kickstarter campaign?
We started the tap room as a Kickstarter.
Tap room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the whole year leading up to the tap room, we signed the lease, we had the money at the time, but we weren't making any money throughout the year. When we were marketing. I mean, we got beer out there. It was basically
just putting it back into the business.
Exactly. It was basically just keeping the lights on at the brewery.
Okay.
And it took so long to get all our permitting and this and that we kind of just drained ourselves. And we're like, well, the only way that we're going to make it is if we could find some money. We don't have a lot of money.
Right.
I mean, we started this brewery with shoestrings, basically. And shoestrings and a dream, basically.
Yeah.
And the only way, we saw other breweries doing the Kickstarter things, and we were, I wonder if Fresno could get on board with this. Is it ready for this?
Okay.
And obviously it was because, we were asking for like $23,500, I think, and we ended up getting almost like 26. So it ended up funding the tap room, and we got the construction going, and
again the community resonating and them just helping you out.
They answered the call. It showed that they're ready for the next level brewery there.
Right. We were going to do a Kickstarter campaign. We did our own version. Whenever we're running low on money, we kick Scott's dad, Marty Moskowitz. We kick him. and he gives, and more money shows up
Just
in the bank
falls right
account.
out,
Yeah, that's our
starter is Yiddish for money bags.
that's our version of a Kickstarter giveaway. We kick Marty Moskowitz, and it works. Well, this is great. Again, your whole story is very organic. It comes from you sitting on the couch watching the History Channel.
Yeah.
And look where you
Very
are now.
BN-like, right?
It's very BN-like. I feel like you're my brother from another mother.
Although you actually are achieving your goal.
Right. Yeah.
On your own.
But it sounds like Aaron donated his time, too. See, he's on the free employee plan, too.
Yeah. And he's got the tattoo. This is very BN.
Yeah, I love it. All right, let's talk about the IPA that's in my glass.
I believe you have the Galahad IPA.
Okay.
It's about a week and a half old. We were struggling to figure out what beers we're going to bring here. We didn't really have much. So we ran to the tap room real quick and just grabbed the growler. We usually were a Russian River growler here. We ran before we got over here, and we just poured it off the tap real quick.
Okay.
So it might be a little flat. I apologize for that.
No, it's not flat.
Yeah.
That's the tasty method.
Yeah.
He submits his beer to competition like that. You're fine.
Yeah. But this one is brewed with kind of our house yeast, the 007. It's basically Centennial, Simcoe Citra, and Amarillo.
Well, there's no cat piss in it, so I'll commend you on that.
Thank you.
Even with your Simcoe.
It is leaving something to be desired. You're right.
Also, also very dry.
Yeah,
right?
That's kind of our MO with our brewery. We love our beers as dry as a bone, and I just try to make every beer like that. Yeah.
Which one's the 007? Forgive me.
It's the English
dry English.
Yeah, dry English yeast, same as Stone or something.
So tends to Stone uses that too.
Something like it. Yeah, Stone uses something like that. Yeah.
What's your fermentation temp?
I started at 65, and then I when it ramps up, I leave it at 67.
Okay.
And just let it go.
I always ask about that, but I forget to ask about the mash temperature, which is pretty important too for getting this dry, isn't it?
On this one, I believe it was 150.
Okay.
150 on this one.
All right.
You say it was an English yeast?
Yeah, dry English yeast.
Have you tried making it with any other kinds, like Cal Ale?
I'm actually going to try it next month with because our other yeast that's slowly becoming our IPA yeast is the San Diego Super Yeast, the 090. Really like that yeast.
That's a good yeast.
It's actually in the Arthur. You're going to taste here pretty quick here.
Okay. It's relatively new, right? It's only been out
about a year or two or so.
About 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like it. I think it's so clean that you kind of just get a nice flavor of the malt and the hops at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm going to try this one, this beer right here, Galahad, with the 090 next month and see if I like it better or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you reuse your yeast quite a bit?
I do. I go right now just because I want to err on the side of caution. I go 3 generations.
Okay.
And then I'll dump it. But as things progress, I'll probably go about 5 generations.
How do you do that on a 3-barrel system? Do you have a brink that you use?
I no joke. I just I have the Nalgene bottles from White Labs. I think it's the 2,000 milliliter ones. Mm-hmm. And I just I'll run off some of the initial yeast and then get the nice clean yeast and then just fill those up to a certain point and then I'll dump that into it.
Same day?
Same day.
Okay.
Same day, exactly.
So it's not like they're sitting in the fridge for a few days?
I try not to go more than a day sitting in the fridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of my dating strategy, too. 3 generations, and then I dump it.
And then you're
out. I'm done.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Mother, the daughter, and maybe,
I thought he was talking about sitting in the fridge. So.
3
I do that, too.
I didn't understand that part.
Yeah. And then he starts throwing them out. Yeah.
It's more the freezer at that point.
Well, you've left all the, you've eaten all the good parts.
I like that our guest went there and we didn't have to.
Right. Yeah.
That's always nice when we're not the ones that have to do it. See, I feel like at the Hop Grenade, that keeps us out of trouble. If our guests can be the ones making offensive jokes,
right.
we might not get sued.
Those BN guys are real upstanding citizens. Their guests are douchebags.
It's their shitty guests that...
Well, no, I feel so comfortable with you guys because I've been listening to you pretty much from the beginning. I was always one of those fans that kind of just was in the chat room but never talked.
Okay.
Or watched the forums but never contributed. You're welcome.
People love you. Yeah.
But I was always hip and with it, like what was going on in the BN.
Cool.
I've been there from day one. I was in the seat right next to the crapper when JP got locked in with Brew Tattoo.
Oh, I was a beer.
I was actually the one that kind of let the thing go, or like tried to open it, and he barged in. Brew Tattoo walked away like 10 feet. And JP's still pounding on the door trying to get out.
And you let him out.
I'm like,
You rescued JP.
I'm like slowly reaching over and grabbing it, and I'm trying to tug on it, and he just barged out.
Hell yeah! Well, I was trying to push out, but he was holding it in. He was holding me in.
He was like 10 feet away.
I was a little nostalgic about that the other day. I was thinking about our different anniversary parties.
Yeah.
And that was the first one that we did that whole bus tour.
Bus tour.
And we never did it again.
No, well, I wonder why.
It worked out so good the first time.
I thought it was great.
Can't control themselves.
I mean, I remember Dougie from Society was on our bus with the nutters and everything.
That's right.
I got pictures of him skipping in front of Anchor. It's great.
Now he makes the Brewing Network Beer of the Year.
Yes,
right.
You've both gone pro.
Yeah, how about that, huh? It come full circle right here.
That's cool to see. Would you like us to get Doc on the stripper pole before you leave?
It would kind of bring back some memories, yeah.
For Doc, too.
I actually just
His feet are hurting now.
I listened to that show in the brewery the other day.
Okay.
I did. I was reminiscing a little bit.
I don't know how you can do that. It's so painful to hear it.
It's painful to remember.
Yes.
By the way, I do believe we're going to auction off this stripper pole.
And we have to.
For our Australia trip.
Yeah.
I have nowhere to put it in the new space. It's not going to just go sit in my garage. I thought maybe we could all sign it. Doc, you have to sign it real big, maybe in blood.
I think in blood, yeah.
and then I think we should auction it off.
Aaron, what do you think? In the tap room?
You mean it didn't sell for our silent auction?
It did not.
Pipe down, Bevo.
Actually, I think we forgot to even put it on in Scott's defense.
It wouldn't have made a big deal anyway.
But if one person would have bid 4 cents.
Whoever buys it at auction, you need to hang it with toggle bolts, so you know.
Well, Doc will send a full diagram of how to and not to hang it.
Oh, exactly.
And then he'll send a separate video of how to and not to dance on it.
Yeah.
So
will Bevo.
I would love it if it ended
Might
up
just be
somehow
how not to dance on it.
Right.
In a commercial space, but we'll see.
Well, it also comes with a 12-pack of Vicodin.
Yeah,
I might buy
sold.
Which you will need after improper installation. Wow, what a show. What a time. All right, well, this another great IPA. The hops come through very well, too.
Thank you.
What's the combination of hops again?
It's Simcoe, Centennial, Citra, and Amarillo.
And how did you choose that? Through experimentation, or?
Yeah. I was going for a certain flavor, and it just that was. I mean, they're tried and true hops, and they work together.
Okay.
The only thing I wish on this one, I'm thinking the 090 would work a little bit better with this one. I think that maybe the English yeast might be clashing a little bit, but other than that, I think it's right on point.
What do you guys agree, Tasty DOC, that it's clashing?
No, I don't. Not too much. I think I like the balance in it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe I'll stay.
And we've still got a double IPA to do too, right?
Yes.
I think it'll be interesting to try the two, because if this is your version of an IPA, which has plenty of hop character, I'm curious to taste a double IPA. What's the difference in your mind between an IPA and a double?
Well, obviously more hops, a little bit more alcohol.
Okay. What's the ABV on this one?
Not on our
regular IPA. No,
the regular IPA is 6.5.
6.5. Okay.
Yeah, and the other one is 9.6.
See, am I weird in thinking that it's odd that the IPA has a little less alcohol than the Saison? Isn't the Saison usually pretty? I'm not calling you out on this. I'm just wondering if I have my BJCP all fucked up in my brain.
I think they're both about the same, about 5 to 7 for both.
The ranges are overlapping.
You said you've never been to Fresno, so
this is how we do.
A lot of people.
This is how we do.
A lot of people make Saisons super high alcohol, but traditionally they weren't never meant to be.
They never
not
made them.
You know what? You should host the show now. You sound like me.
I think I'm going to. The thing it would never have not had been happened. It would never. Fuck.
For the love
At
of
least
God.
you have an excuse. You've been under radiation therapy.
Oh, where's your parachute?
I don't even have an excuse when I do that.
That's true.
Well, your back hurts.
That's my back hurt. I'm on a 12-pack of Vicodin.
It's American IPA 5.5 to 7.5, as opposed to 5 to 7 for Saison. So almost identical.
Okay, so it's just me not knowing my BJCP.
Pretty much,
then.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, not that they have to
you're
brew beer to the BJCP.
No, of course. I just trying to find a point of reference when I'm evaluating these things.
Yeah, Saison is I think going to be the next IPA. I think it's going to become really popular amongst the masses.
You think so?
Yeah.
God, I hope not.
Well, it seems like everybody's kind of taking it to the next level. I mean, now you got people like Firestone dry hopping them, and taking them to that level, and it's just developing the style.
I would prefer you guys do that with like Hellas's and Pilsners and. You see what that's another style that I think is rather undeveloped in this country. Mm-hmm. But this is just me being biased because I'm not a big beer fan, and Saisons are okay. I like yours quite a bit, but I generally am not going to order a Wit or a Saison or a Hefeweizen. But you bet your ass I'll order a Hellas if they start getting good in this country.
I think turnaround time for a production schedule is
and I'm
what's
getting sick of that excuse.
It's a lame excuse.
I'm getting tired of it.
Yeah.
Buy another fermenter already.
Right.
You know, everybody's complaining that
How
they
much
can't,
can those cost?
They can't make enough beer, right? Because everybody's buying it up. Well, where's all that money going? Buy another fucking fermenter.
Right. The world's not out of stainless.
And roll it into the goddamn garage like Tommy does already.
Yeah. His rooms are 6x8. He can at least fit 3 of those in there, right?
Yeah.
I am getting a little bit fed up with the "we can't do lagers" excuse. Figure it out.
Right. Well, no joke. We've been working on. We have a Schwartz beer that we do. It's called Dark Magic, and we're actually Marshall, who called in earlier, did our test batch doing the tasting method of trying to get the fermentation to go quicker.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Because last time we did it took about 6 weeks to get the profile we wanted.
Stop complaining.
I'm so sorry.
That's
but
the perfect time.
But he used it doing the tasting method, and he turned it around in 3 weeks. So
you should have patented it.
We're probably going to.
It's not mine.
It's called the tasty method.
It's been around for a decade.
That doesn't matter.
Well, but we know
it's explaining that. So yeah,
it's nice to put a label on it, though, right?
Right. Yeah. Look at the Uggs case.
Right.
They were Australian. Some guy. It wasn't trademarked in America. Some asshole was like, "Oh, I'm going to trademark that name now," and then now they actually own everything.
It's totally legal. I'm not saying it's not douchey, but
it's super douchey. But that dude's a millionaire. He doesn't give a shit. He can't hear you. He's sitting on his stacks of money.
There's a German company with the hop grenade, and there's nothing I could do because it's not internationally trademarked.
Also, you don't want to mess with the Germans.
No, they'll fuck us.
I'll tell you about the Saison. We sell the shit out of the Saison.
You do. I bet. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure. So, yeah, like I said, that's my own biased opinion. Tasty's, he's got his ear to the ground more than I do. Maybe it is the next big thing that people are really looking for. And if you guys are selling a bunch of it, it kind of makes sense.
Well, you think it's because you guys have a sort of tap room in a place where people are just discovering craft beer, and it's a kind of a new thing?
It's a good gateway beer, to be honest with you. I mean, we in the last batch of Saison we did, we had ladies that were only wine drinkers, and they're saying they're getting Chardonnay characters from it.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And
phenols.
It was a nice crossover beer to get them involved in what we were doing.
Yeah. First Saison, then meth.
Yeah,
it's an excellent gateway.
And that Saison,
and then they don't. They lack
Saison hides the roofies real good.
Yeah, you can never taste them. That bitter roofie taste just goes away.
So it's supposed to be in there. It's a Saison.
No, it's just drink it.
You know, there were things when Doc wasn't here that I didn't miss.
Right. All right, let's do this. How about we take another quick break, and then we'll do the double IPA when we come back.
Okay.
I'm having a great time talking to you guys. Unfortunately, we have a bunch of other things to get to also.
It's okay.
I do fear this is going to be a very long show. Which usually our last shows or our first shows are.
Right.
So and we've been keeping them around the 3-hour mark the past couple of months, so maybe people are dying for the 5.5-hour marathon.
It could happen.
They're not.
I'll say it's Tommy's birthday tomorrow, so a very long show is totally cool.
And are you the DD then?
Yeah,
we can get Tommy hammered and
semi-DD.
All the right.
Well, looking at him, how much is it going to take to get you hammered?
Yeah. So. Aaron can drink until tomorrow and drive him home. That's why he's security at the tap room. It's not. He's drinking his whole shift. Yeah. He's fine. All right, quick break. When we come back, double IPA from House of Pendragon Brewing Company. If you want to ask questions, 888-401-BEER or join us in the chat room, and I'll give you a prize. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network. All
right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, yeast nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com.
As a brewer, you already don't settle for second best. You want great tasting beer and you want great equipment to make it with. So don't settle for the second best grain mill. You want a Monster Mill from Monster Brewing Hardware. Monster Mills are tough, come in 2 and 3 roller designs, and are made right here in the USA from superior materials for longer lasting performance. Pick the mill that's right for you at monsterbrewinghardware.com and take Bevo's advice.
Trust me, it's always better to have a bigger tool than you think you need.
Monster Mills have the best warranty in the business. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Visit monsterbrewinghardware.com now and check out all the mills and mill accessories. Don't settle for second best. Get a Monster Mill from Monster Brewing Hardware. Do you know the 3 most important rules in brewing? Sanitation, sanitation, and sanitation. And no one does it better than 5-Star Chemicals. 5-Star knows sanitation. You can only sanitize clean equipment. And 5-Star knows how to clean, too. For craft brewers and home brewers, 5-Star has what you need to keep your fermenters, serving tanks, kegs, and draft lines sparkling and free of any beer-spoiling bacteria. PBW, caustic, acid cleaners, Star San, SanaClean, lubricants and defoamers, pH stabilizers, and more. 5-Star Chemicals has cleaning supplies, safety supplies, heat exchangers, pumps, hoses, and valves. And 5-Star is proud to offer eco-friendly products that exceed customer expectations. If you have a cleaning problem, you need the 5-Star solution. Visit 5starchemicals.com or call 800-782-7019. 800-782-7019 and get the 5-Star treatment today.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blickmanstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My doctor, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra-precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickmanstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
Adventures in Homebrewing has the knowledge and expertise to craft their own gear and original recipes. Some of the things homebrewing.org creates and manufactures in-house are the Brutus brew stands and propane burners, the Serial Killer adjustable 2-roller grain mill with 7-pound hopper, custom stainless steel false bottoms designed to fit kegels, coolers, and mini-size brew pots. Visit Adventures in Homebrewing at the National Homebrewers Conference this June in their home state of Michigan to see more homebrewing.org creations. The brewers at Adventures in Homebrewing have designed a huge selection of original recipes for extract and all-grain brewing. Adventures in Homebrewing original recipes are tried and tested, proven to be of the best quality. And right now, Adventures in Homebrewing is shipping 24 of their best recipes for free. Visit homebrewing.org for the most current selection. Once you try one of Adventures in Homebrewing recipes, you'll keep coming back for more. And now, it's even easier with free shipping on these kits. And don't forget to use the current coupon code AIH10. Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
It's gonna be a long weekend. I got a lot of drinking to do. Don't you call me up tomorrow. I got some pain to get through. I got off work on Thursday, and she had left last Tuesday night. So I headed downtown to this bar I know with one thing on my mind. I ran into a couple of old girlfriends. They were drinking on some wine. They asked me to sit and talk for a while. I said, I got plenty of time. It's gonna be a long weekend, and I got some drinking to do. Don't call me on Friday morning. I got some pain to get through. It's gonna be a long weekend, and I got nothing to lose. So if you ain't scared, come hang out with me. Friday morning, she was just an excuse, 'cause I didn't want to go to work. But the more I kept on getting down, the more that she did hurt. I was at Hooters when they opened up. Laugh at me for what it's worth. I drank about 7 pitchers until they finally cut me off. It's gonna be a long weekend, and I got some drinking to do. Don't call me on Saturday morning. I got some pain to get through. It's gonna be a long weekend, and I got nothing to lose. So if you ain't scared, come hang out with me.
Beer.
This is The Session.
That's right. Welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hey, if you haven't had a chance yet, go check out Beersmith Brewing Software. You can go to beersmith.com. It's the Beersmith homebrewing software, and they'll give you a free 21-day trial, so you don't have to take my word for it. But you don't have to calculate things by hand. You can design great beer. Imagine your best beer ever. It's all right there. You can plug in your system parameters and efficiency and the whole deal. You can actually have different system profiles. So if you were to upgrade or maybe you brew on different things, you can put all the profiles in there and really design recipes, scale recipes, share recipes. I mean, you name it. It really gives you a professional level of control over your recipe design and your brew day, for that matter. I just print out the brew day sheet, and it gives me all of my steps. And it turns out that since I was thinking about this the other day, Scott, since I've moved to Beersmith, I've only brewed a couple of beers. And while I have lost the Brewcaster Challenge with said beers, they've still been the best beers I've ever brewed. I think I've brewed 3. I did 2 of Doc's recipes. Oh, maybe I brewed 4 or 5. I did the Evil Twin clone. Good beer.
Right.
Lost to JP.
Right.
But a good beer. I brewed 2 of Doc's recipes, English Brown and something else. What else did I brew since? What was the recent one? Oh, a Schwartz beer, which was hands down the best beer I've ever brewed.
I agree.
Almost beat Nate.
Right.
By
So,
1 vote.
2 losers out of 3 so far.
So a lot of these improvements
Yes.
since switching over to the Beersmith homebrewing software.
Yeah, one can only imagine how much wider the margin of loss would have been without Beersmith.
That's right. I might have never even had a single vote without. This is like the most glowing endorsement for Beersmith ever.
Right.
And imagine how good, imagine how good your beer will be if you're not going into it already sucking.
Exactly. If you go in not sucking and you use Beersmith brewing software, I feel like the deck is stacked in your favor.
So it's, instead of terrible to bad, it's good to great.
Yes, absolutely right. So
I still use Beersmith software.
You do?
For every one of my batches.
The House of Pendragon Brewing Company uses Beersmith software. Go to beersmith.com right now. Get your free 21-day trial.
How does it feel, Tommy? Even the pros are using it, and that's you.
No, I'm almost pro.
Almost professionals. See, that's like me. I almost brewed a good beer.
Right. He was a home brewer when he started Beersmith.
Now he's
almost pro.
Yeah.
Thanks, Beersmith.
I'm sure Brad is real stoked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Brad, I'll be charging you extra for this week's amazing endorsement. All right, before we move on to the double IPA, I do have a couple phone calls, but I wanted to go back to the IPA that we already drank. What's it called again?
Galahad.
The Galahad. People can find it on the website to read about it?
Yeah, it should be on there.
Okay, so the Galahad IPA. We were talking about it because it's not bitter. It has a wonderful, smooth finish. It's also it's pretty complex. You mentioned that you thought maybe the hops were conflicting. We disagree. I think it's complex.
Yeah, I think when it was a little bit fresher, it was probably more pungent and more aroma. But it's good. I just want to try it with the 090 and see what's going to happen.
I see.
It's a little muddled in the hop profile, but I'd take one out. You'd be fine, I think.
But you mentioned to me at the break that there are no bittering additions whatsoever?
No, it's 100% late edition Whirlpool hops.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
How long of a boil? 60-minute boil?
It's a 60-minute boil.
And you didn't do anything until when?
Flame out.
Nothing?
Nothing. Not one thing. It's all the bitterness you're getting from this beer is from the Whirlpool, 30-minute Whirlpool.
And it's a shitload of hops at that point, though, right?
It's a fuckload of hops.
But it's subdued on the bitterness aspect, isn't it? It doesn't taste imperial.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it's great.
So, give me an idea. How much hops for this? It's a 3-barrel batch?
That one was an 80-gallon batch.
Have you had it tested?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
It's just no joke. It's just Beersmith numbers. So whatever rough numbers those are.
Beersmith has a number for Whirlpool?
They do. They do. Oh. The newer upgrade has the Whirlpool edition hops.
Okay.
Brad listens to the show, Tasty.
He knows.
Well, yeah. I just wonder where he got this.
Brad knows what
utilization
he's doing.
number. At.
He knows what he's doing.
Great. He's a doctor.
But just off those numbers,
how many hops?
Jeez.
How many pounds
per barrel?
Per barrel, about 2.5.
2.5 pounds per barrel.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
and it's
number.
And it's all at flame out.
All at flame out.
Well, it's working. It's really working. It's very good because it's done its job in terms of adding enough bitterness so that the beer's not sweet, right? Yet it's not. It's not the things. The topic came up because Aaron mentioned that people who don't like IPAs will like this beer.
Yeah,
and I can see why because it doesn't have the things people complain about.
Yeah,
I complain about bitterness.
We get a lot of people coming in. Well, I don't like IPAs because they're too bitter. Well, try this. All of our IPAs are very late edition hopped. Even which I guess you could. Is flagship a naughty word these days?
No, that's fine.
It's Lancelot is kind of our flagship IPA, and that one is I'd say like 98% all flame out editions.
Okay,
and it's killing it.
Wow.
We brew a batch and it's gone faster than we could brew it.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
2 batches since opening.
Yeah.
What is that?
We've gone through 2 batches since opening, so which is quite a bit of beer for.
So 15 gallons.
No. more like 100 and probably more like 170 gallons or so.
I'm just fine.
Did you use this method intentionally, knowing your market in Fresno, not necessarily used to big bitter beers?
No. I this is my philosophy behind my beer. I brew the beers I want to drink, and I hope everybody likes them too.
Okay.
I like hop flavor. I'm not as big on hop bitterness.
Okay.
So I love the flavors you get from late edition hops. I want to showcase those. I want to show people the fruity flavors that you get from these hops, because most people who are just new to the the craft beer, they just think IPAs are bitter, and that's it.
Yeah.
And this is a way to show them that, hey, there's more to hops than just bitterness.
Right. I think you're doing it right.
Oh, by the way, I on the break I figured out a good name for the mini kegs.
What are they?
Because they were Scotties. The 2.5 gallons are Scotties, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
Well, since I brought them, you could confirm with my wife. You could call them Tommies.
He wants to coin a new phrase.
I like it. Okay, we can do that, little dick.
Yeah. Thanks.
They're now called Tommies. Are you sure you want to do that? Because these things do tend to catch on.
I tend to own names, so like Almost Pro, so I'll own it.
The Tommies, JP. Since it wasn't our Twitter game,
I think we could do it.
All right. We now have Scotties and we have Tommies. See, you got the better end of the stick finally, Doc.
Yeah, you're bigger than somebody.
You beat me by 3/4 of a gallon.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they could discern between the two.
All right, let's go to the phones real quick. Bevo, line 1 is not a question for the guest.
It is not.
All right, then line 1 is going to have to wait.
Okay.
If you want to get back on and tell
I will tell him.
But let's go to Brandon from Wisconsin. He's got a question for our guests. Brandon, what's happening?
Hey, not a whole lot. How about you guys?
We're doing all right. Thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, I just got a couple questions for the guys from House Pendragon.
Shoot.
I've got a buddy in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, who has actually purchased a 2-barrel Blickman system.
Uh-huh.
And I was just wondering if they had any problems with the mash tun, assuming that they had Blickman kettles for the mash tun.
We did. It's all a whole Blickman system, a hot liquor tank, mash tun, and boil kettle.
Okay. I was just wondering if you guys had any problems with that, with geometry of the mash tun now becoming very tall.
Well, with the extension of the mash tun, I did notice there was a difference in sparging. So what I did to compensate that, instead of doing a fly sparge, I did a batch sparge instead. And it tend to remedy all my problems. I know the geometry of the kettle being so tall and narrow, it's kind of a tricky thing. It's hard to get to a boil, and it's hard to heat. It's relatively inefficient, but I'll tell you what, if you're on a budget, you can't really ask for a better system, to be honest with you.
You know, not in this studio. It's not an answer I get in here, but when I talk to anybody else, guys like Denny Kahn and other people in the homebrew world about all my mash issues, they always say, just switch over to batch sparging and you'll be fine. And I never take their advice because I'm a dummy. But they say, and I have tall kettles as well, and they say, yeah, if you just switch over to batch sparging, it will solve all of your issues.
Yeah, it did. Actually, from the first batch, we started hitting all our efficiencies right off the bat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll finally take somebody's advice.
Would it take longer for doing setting up the second batch?
A little bit. It took a little bit longer. I'd say it took about another 45 minutes longer than everything takes a little longer. You're extending out the transfer to the boil kettle. You're extending out the transfer to from the hot liquor tank to the mash tun. Everything, and then the recirc to reset the bed. All that stuff. It's a little bit prolonged. It adds a couple hours to the whole day, but other than that, it's.
It was worth it.
It's worth it. I mean, come on. If you're on budget, this is the best way to go.
What kind of jump in efficiency did you get?
It's on average, I get about on my IPAs. I tend to get around 73 efficiency, and then if I'm doing like say the saison that we just did over here, I got it 79
with the batch sparging.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, there you go, Brandon.
One more question, real quick.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
With added time in mind, that leads right into the second question. I was wondering how long it takes you to transfer and cool from the boil kettle to the fermenters, and if that is affecting hop utilization, with the hops still sitting in there for an extended period of time, draining out of the Blickman.
It's completely affecting the hop utilization. When I switched to doing the 80-gallon batches from the 45, I had to move up all my hops that I may have done at 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I had to move them up more towards like either 0 or 5 minutes, to be honest with you.
Because they're sitting at high temperature longer?
They're sitting in the kettle for 200 degrees longer than expected.
Okay.
When I was doing 45-gallon batches, it was, it would cool down a lot quicker. And we would go from boiling to about 180 pretty quick. But with these bigger batches, it just taking a whole lot longer.
And what was your chilling method when you were using the Blickman system?
What I do is I kind of made a double therminator.
Okay.
And it's like
which is a plate chiller, basically,
plate
right?
Chill, yeah, it's a plate chiller. Double. It is a therminator from Blickman.
Yep.
I stacked them, and I piped them together to where I have water running from one into the other. And it chills down pretty quick.
Okay.
But I had to do double with these batches to get the coolness I needed to get
cold
down the
enough.
pitch. Yeah. Even now, I'm having to. Well, since everything's heating up now with summer coming along, I'm having to. I'm only getting down to about 70 degrees with ambient water, so I'm having to chill them down in the fermentation rooms overnight.
Yeah.
And then
Cold liquor tank.
Exactly. Yeah, and get them to pitching temperature before I pitch the.
Oh, I see. You pitch next day.
You are so almost.
What about
professional.
using a?
I'm so almost pro now. I own it. Owning
Typical,
it.
almost professional.
Yeah.
Your answers are almost impressive, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
What about getting a cold liquor tank and put that in the fermentation room overnight? Use that to chill.
Well,
that's a good
well,
question.
what I was doing a few months ago, actually last summer, I had a plastic. One of the plastic fermenters, one of the 120-gallon fermenters, I would put into our walk-in.
Yeah.
And what I would do is I would bring that out and pipe one of those into the into the actual therminator, and I run a pump while I was recirculating. It is kind of my walk-in is getting so compact that I don't have room for that tank anymore.
Okay.
So I've had to do the method of putting it overnight into the walk-in or the fermentation room and getting it down to temperature.
That's what I do. That's fine.
All right, Brandon, send JP at thebrewingnetwork.com an email, and we will give you a prize for calling in with your question. Thanks, brother.
You hear that, Tommy? That's what Tasty does, too, and he's almost a professional as well.
Almost as well.
Listen, I own the label. It's okay.
Seriously, like, not a day. Like, when he was building the brewery out, he'd call me, like, weekly and go, I ran into, like, this weird issue, and homebrewing saved my ass.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, homebrewing is saved my ass. I mean, honestly, what we're doing as homebrewers is just two steps away from what a pro brewer does, just bigger equipment.
Yeah. You know, Frank, we're making a lot of fun of you. You're making fun of yourself, too, for being almost a pro brewer, but it's not all that different anyway.
Sure.
Technology becomes a little bit different. The things, Tasty, correct me if I'm wrong. The equipment that you use is going to become different, but the techniques are the same. And if you're achieving the same goal, it really doesn't matter.
I brewed on a 30-barrel system at Tioga, so I know what
this stuff
I
is.
know what it's supposed to do, and everything's. But I'm just taking that and trying to do it on my level and get the same results.
Your beer does not taste almost professional.
Thank you.
It tastes professional. You're doing fine.
It tastes like homebrew.
It's much less than that. No, it totally tastes professional. You're doing fine. A couple questions from the chat here. Let's see. Slow Fat Matt is in the chat room, and he's got some questions for you. Do you have plans to open the tasting room during the week? Are you just doing weekend hours right now?
Right now we're doing Thursday through Sunday.
Okay.
Just because we can't keep up with the volume. But, But next month we're planning on opening from Tuesday through Sunday.
We've talked to some other tasting rooms that are like that too, and as an entrepreneur, I always think, why the fuck are you closed half the week? And the answer has always been, we don't have enough beer.
We don't have enough beer.
We can't sell beer all week long.
And the next question we usually get is, when are you going to do growlers? Well, if we did growlers, we'd be open 2 days a week. So we just don't have enough volume to do that.
It's got to be painful, though, right? When the group of ladies is standing at the door on a Wednesday, and you have to give them the hand across the throat thing. Like,
no.
sorry.
Yeah.
No, they get to come in. The dude who comes in afterwards, like, well,
they got bottled cider.
Yeah,
for
the
them.
hours. Look at the hours.
And he also wants to know, what's your favorite brew shop in Fresno?
Well, it's the only one. It would be Bencomo's. Bencomo's Homebrew Supply.
Okay. Let's go to Aaron from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it looks like. He's got a question about water treatment and late hopping. So maybe this will be for everybody. Aaron, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? First time I ever listened to the show live. I just happen to be brewing a batch right now, and had a question about late hopping and water treatment, I guess.
What do you...
Doc just fell out of his broken chair.
Doc. Someone's homebrewing on a Monday? You must not be married. I can't take it.
Aaron, Doc is so happy to hear from you. He fell out of his chair.
I love it.
You know what's a bummer is I think he's just off camera, too. I don't think the camera's...
Hopefully you could hear the vertical blinds rustling around.
I did. We have one broken chair, and when Doc came in, I was like, "Oh, just sit in the broken chair. You'll be fine."
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm rocking back and forth, and
Why?
I rocked a little too far.
Are your meds running low, or what are you doing?
All right, Aaron. First of all, what are you brewing today?
I'm making a APA.
Nice. All right.
Finishing up my boil. I just put my chiller in, actually. So
excellent.
Put my 10-minute edition in a minute ago, and
don't forget your wolf lock.
Finishing up. Actually, I'm married. My wife is upstairs sleeping, and my son, too. I'm just finishing it up.
Ah, secret brew day.
Right, well, yeah, it's 11 where he is.
Well, it's nighttime.
Yeah, I got to get it in.
What's your question?
We're expecting a child here in the next week, so I'm getting a batch in for the post-birth party. And so,
you know, Tommy usually uses this time to quit his job if you're about to have a child.
Are you employed?
I don't know if you're thinking about a career change, but...
I got to keep that. I'm a chef, too, so, brewing and chefing kind of go hand in hand. But anyways, my question was...
Go ahead.
I don't really treat my water all that much other than, dechlorinate it and whatnot, because my water's pretty good. But they're doing beers that are like all late hops. I wonder if they think that it's more important that you really treat your water well to get that to come out. So I did a pale ale like 2 months ago where I did all late hops and then flame out and whatnot. Maybe from like 10 minutes on, I did all my hops. And it really didn't have the character that I thought it would for the amount that I put in there. And I was wondering if like water treatment was even more important when you're, making a beer like that with all late hops.
Honestly, water should be the last thing you need to worry about at this point. It does make a difference, but I would focus on all the other aspects. You said you were a new homebrewer, right?
About a year and a month.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're into it. You're okay. So, I mean, if you're well into the hobby.
20 batches. So.
Okay. I mean, if you have the ability, I RO water all my batches, and I build up the water.
Is that by necessity? Do you not have good water, or
no,
by choice?
I mean, for hoppy beers, we probably have pretty good water.
Okay.
But I just like that control.
Okay.
I actually use a scaled down version of Tasty's hop water profile. I started using a couple years ago, and I just liked it. And it seems to bring out the hops a lot better than when I use the normal water in my area.
Tasty, can you give us a very quick reminder of what your hop water profile is? Ish.
I can see it's 110 calcium, 350 sulfates. Like it's 18 magnesium, and I think. And there's like a few sodium or something like that.
I think I bring mine down to about 250 sulfates.
250 sulfates,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But other than that, it's pretty much Tasty's water profile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't have like that brightness that I thought it would, or I just didn't have. I don't know. I thought it would be just a little bit more hop character.
Well, if I remember right,
I thought that maybe like if I did treat my water, maybe it would have turned out like how I planned it in my brain.
Well, Tasty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I have heard you say, all other things being equal, if you're doing it all right and your recipe is right, then maybe you do need to adjust the water profile to make those hops bright.
Yeah, it's the last thing you need to worry about, but maybe he's on that last thing.
What do you think?
Yeah. If your beer is tasting muddled, or you seem to add, you want to add more hops to get it hoppier, but it just seems to make it more muddled, then you need to think about how you might brighten up the hops. Just a note, when that initial hop addition, kettle pH does matter. So without that first hop addition, and say your boil needs that pH adjustment, it may affect your beer a little bit. I've seen people just add a token amount. It's like a small percentage at 60, just to help with the hot break and to kind of like register the boil as at least having some hops in it.
Yeah.
You may want
All
to
right, cool.
do that.
Yeah, because I mean that's about where the stage I'm at is like messing with my water next. So
How's your water taste? It tastes good, right?
yeah, it tastes good. It's Pittsburgh surface water. Oh, that's my timer going off. I got to shut my boil off.
All right, Aaron, go back to work. Send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com and we'll get you a prize. Thanks for calling in, brother.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Cheers. See, that's a good brewer right there.
Boiling.
He's on the line, and he's like, all right, fuck you guys, the timer just went off. I gotta go. I gotta go take care of that stuff.
We should only let people that are brewing to call in. That'd be a good show.
That's one of my favorite things about when you hear the radio callers tell the host, hey, can you guys hold on a second? Or I gotta go.
Yeah.
I
got a hop edition.
It's always my favorite.
Bevo, did Zach stay on the line? Is that still Zach?
Zach wanted to hold.
He's just hanging in there?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to poor Zach. Zach has a question about NHC beer rules. That's why I was waiting, because it was a little bit off topic, but that's okay. Zach, what's happening?
So this will be the first time that I ever go to NHC because it's in Grand Rapids and I'm from Madison, so I'm
Excellent.
close.
You're going to have fun.
Yeah, I'm going to. I got my VIP tickets for the BN9 too, so I'm kind of jacked about that.
Excellent. You're going to have even more fun there.
I still feel like, Zach, you blew an opportunity, man. You could have been like, hey, can you guys hold on a second, right when we potted you up? That would have been good.
Right.
All right, go on.
What do you got?
I'm reading on the AHA website about how they're like, always have a glass ready because there'll be a guy that'll have a beer in his pocket and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, all right, so do I need to bring beer and put it in a backpack and carry that shit around with me? Because, just to give it to random people here and there?
You don't need to, but it's appreciated. Yeah. Also, stay away from people who have pocket beer.
Yeah.
Don't drink whatever comes out of someone's pocket.
Yeah, there's nothing. The last time I did that was a couple of NHCs ago. Flanders. You've never had a Flanders Red at 97.8 degrees.
Yeah, I was going to say, what temperature are you serving at? Balls?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well,
you told me it was sake.
And that's what I was worried about because I don't want to be bringing my beer around in a backpack. I'm like, oh, here, try my old ale. And by the way, it's about 60 degrees right now, so it should be prime. It'd be a really good beer.
Yeah, all right. Keep
that in mind.
I have an opinion about this. Believe it or not,
that's weird.
What?
NHC. This will be my 8th NHC. I think.
Wow.
I didn't go the very first year we were there, so I think it'll be my 8th. It's our 9th anniversary, so it'll be my 8th NHC. I'm pretty sure.
Huh.
And I absolutely love it. I just think it's such a great event. And I think the brewers are really great too. And the folks walking around with beer in their backpack, there are two kinds of them. Okay, so you can be one of these kinds of people. There's the kind who has beer in their backpack all the time, and it doesn't matter what the conversation is, doesn't matter what you're doing, it doesn't matter what's happening. I could be about to start a show, and they will walk up, put their backpack on the table, open it up, and say, "You have to try my beer right now." That home brewer, in my opinion. And it's not just to me. They've done that to every person they've met that week. It's slightly annoying. And only because there's a time and a place for everything. Like, shake somebody's hand, get to know them. If the topic comes up, if there's an opening, then by all means, share your beer.
It's called club night.
But don't walk around forcing your beer upon every individual that you meet.
Hey, try this. Oh,
Okay.
It's terrible, isn't it?
So there's that one. Then there's the other one who always has beer in their backpack and sort of waits for the conversation to go that direction, or there's an opening, or they're just super nice and actually go, "Hey, I don't know if you have time right now." And this isn't just to me, it's to anybody. "I don't know if you have time right now, but I'd love to share my beer with you." Now, that person, in my opinion, is a rock star. So, I think you have to decide which person you want to be if you want to carry beer around in your backpack all week.
So if I want to be a douchebag or I want to be fairly decent.
But it's not entirely douchey.
Just read the situation.
Yeah,
that's all.
exactly.
Just read,
Right.
Because even the people who are just putting, they're still not douchebags. They're just not reading the situation.
They're imposing with their generosity.
How socially aware are you? That's the question.
And by the way, we're all homebrewers, so very not much socially aware.
No. A good move is to bring it, but save it for the banquet.
There you go.
So then you bring it to the table, and you can share it with people at the table and kind of around you, and that's a really nice place. Club night, like Beav said, that's a good place to walk around and impose your elixirs onto people. But otherwise, weird.
Well, just read the situation. That's all.
If there's anyone standing at a stall, just feel free to go right up to them. Say, hey, while you're here.
How does club night work? Was the question. So club night basically is that if your club has registered with the conference, each club gets a booth at club night, and you literally walk around like it's a beer festival to each club's booth, and you get to try their beer. If you're not there with your club, i.e. your club hasn't registered to have a booth there, and it's probably too late to do so now, then you're just walking around as a solo person. I wouldn't bring your... I mean, you could put your beer in your backpack for club night, but there's so much homebrew flowing that you're not really going to get a chance to share it.
Yeah, I will probably have enough beer there that I will probably be drunk enough that I won't remember that I have beer in my backpack.
Right.
And therefore, I won't even serve it to anybody.
Which is all fine until you have to get back on an airplane to go home, and you've forgotten that there's 8 gallons of beer in your backpack.
Well, I just have to drive. I'm actually,
you're
coming
good.
from Madison. I'm just driving.
Oh, driving and drinking beer is fine out there.
Yeah, so then you can totally.
How long is going on to speed?
Well, I mean, in Wisconsin, we have some of the most lax laws on DUIs anyway, so it's all good. It doesn't
We're
really
not
matter.
encouraging that, but...
The Brewing Network does not support drinking and driving.
Bevo is now hired to just do all our disclaimers. every time I say something stupid or a caller does so, Bevo does that.
The Brewing Network does not support the things that Justin says.
You know what's great? Raping frogs.
The Brewing Network does not support raping frogs.
Thank you. All right, Zach, send an email to JP at thebrewingnetwork.com. He's going to send you a prize for participating in tonight's show, and we'll see you at NHC. Cheers. All right. Say we got one more. Let's do it.
How many people do you want to guess that sent me an email and go, hey, this is my email, and didn't include their address? So then I have to do the game of, well, what's your address?
The back and forth. All right, I'll add that to my sentence now. I'll do this. Send him an email with your address, and we'll send you something.
Our last guy, Brendan, no fucking address.
All right, Matt from Fresno.
Phil, no address.
He followed the instructions.
He's calling him with a good question. Hey, Matt, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going well. What's your question for House of Pendragon Brewing?
Well, it can go for all of you guys, not just Tommy and Aaron. I get to see them once in a while.
Okay.
But, so when you're enjoying the brew, sometimes there's music on the background. I want to know from you guys, is there an artist, a genre, an album that you have to listen to while brewing?
Taylor Swift.
Big butts. Oh, sorry.
JP and Bevo should both shut up.
I have genre. And...
So what do we listen to while brewing? I'm curious. I want to know Tasty's answer to this one. Don't you? Let me take a guess.
It's Pharrell.
I know that Tasty likes the band Tool.
He has a Victrola.
But I feel like when he's brewing, he's listening to something else.
How do you prevent the wax cylinder from melting? I want to know.
What do you listen to, Tasty?
I set it to my Pandora Stevie Ray Vaughan station.
Oh, okay.
I listen to blues.
So blues.
White people blues.
It is, yeah.
Rockabilly.
Well, but learned from black people. Yeah. So that's good.
Oh, that's all right.
Moskowitz, who brews like me, like once a year, what do you listen to?
Classical. Schubert piano sonatas.
You are such a douchebag.
That's pretty elitist.
How do you keep a girlfriend?
You are such an asshole.
I even got her to move in with me, Tasty.
Oh, God.
Is she deaf? Desperate? All the above?
Classical? Please. Everyone loves classical.
Everyone loves guys that like classic. They're such bad boys.
That's what she's like. He's such a bad boy.
I saw him sagging his pants once.
But he was taking them off.
Tommy, music in the brew house?
Music and you guys actually on the brew house.
Oh, I like that. Us.
Yeah.
What would be the band? What would be the music or genre?
Jeez, everything. I'd say a little bit of Imagine Dragons, a little bit of Mumford and Sons, everything.
Modern rock,
modern rock, rap, everything.
Beardy, what's on your headphones? Because I know Jamil doesn't let you play stuff over the stereo.
I don't really wear headphones at the brewery either.
Because you can't hear or see.
Well, because Chris wears headphones, so someone has to be aware of what's going on.
What the hell's that sound?
You're about to fall on mash tub.
But isn't Chris actually listening to Taylor Swift?
Oh, well, during cleanup time, it's either Taylor Swift or Katy Perry.
Okay.
But during the brew day, it's whatever shitty country Dixie Chicks mix he has.
I see. Dr. Scott, I know the answer. What do you listen to on Brew Day?
Grateful Dead.
Do you even have to ask?
Well, maybe people don't know you yet.
Oh.
Grateful Dead.
Grateful Dead. Always Grateful Dead.
I would mix it up with maybe a little widespread.
Okay.
Is that really mixing it up, though?
I know.
I mix it up with another jam band.
Yeah. That's just like getting two different brands of vanilla ice cream. It's just still vanilla ice cream.
Throw a little Mo and a little Government Mule in there, and we're good.
Our friend Weasel from the forum is in the studio today. What do you listen to?
Classic rock, Sirius XM.
Classic rock.
I think he said classical, didn't he?
No, he did not say classical. He definitely said classical. He added rock to it.
Beethoven rocks.
Aaron, you're a homebrewer, not just a tasting room guy.
Yeah.
What do you listen to?
Hair bands. 80s hair bands.
Oh, Justin.
Really?
This is a man after your own heart.
Like Motley Crue is on the radio. Van Halen.
Crew, Poison.
Even.
Winger.
I got a feeling there's a retro picture of you out there with a little more hair than you have now.
Yeah. You don't want to see my high school graduate.
And Jip, what's on your stereo at Brew Day?
It depends. Sometimes Steel Panther, Band of Skulls kind of stuff. Sometimes crust, like brain oil kind of shit.
Okay.
Sometimes blues. A lot of like real blues, not white people blues. Like, oh, my guitar string broke. Like, oh, I'm on the fucking I can't afford shit.
Like Joe Satriani.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of crap.
That makes it sound like you brew a lot.
No, I don't brew a lot. I used to brew a lot.
But all these songs, they're just like long sparge.
Well, it's like an 8-hour brew day because I don't really clean up after myself, so I have to clean pre brewing.
All right. Well, there you go. I listen to. I'm across the board too. Right now, I'm listening to Talking Heads on Pandora Radio. I punch in Talking Heads, and it puts in a bunch of good stuff.
Who listens to Pandora? It's all about Songza, dude. I don't understand it.
Never got into it.
Yeah,
I know you tried to turn me over to it, but I didn't like it.
So you hear the same 10 songs. It's just like listening to the radio.
Oh, no, my kid just schooled me on all the other non-Pandora stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't listen.
And you didn't listen.
Of course I didn't listen.
Pandora's just so easy.
Oh, is it not hip any longer, Pandora?
I don't know that, but it's...
it's not that it's not hip.
God,
I got a free
Scott,
account,
we're
that's
getting
all.
old
It's
if
the
it's not
MySpace
cool.
of
If we're
internet
doing it,
music.
it's not cool.
It's just the same.
I
It's
thought
the
it
same
was.
songs all the time. They don't freshen anything up.
Well, songs is playlist though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Right.
but people add new ones all the time.
Yeah, but they suck.
But
the people doing
I
it
like 'em.
suck.
No, they're like DJs and like music people. They write for music magazines.
I'm a fucking DJ too, and my
No.
playlists suck.
Well, yeah, because I come in and I hear the same Band of Skulls songs each time before the show on the
Pandora.
same Pandora, right?
So it's okay somebody else has picked that song.
As long as it's on somebody else's playlist,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't let you pick my song.
All right, well, there you go. Now you got us fighting about it. Are you happy now, Matt from Fresno? Send JP an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. Include your address, and he will send you a prize. Thanks for the phone call, brother. Okay.
Does Songza have a Haydn station, JP? You listen to Haydn symphonies?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great classical
Some
stations on
asshole
Songza.
like you sat around and made a playlist, and he's like, "This one it's my favorite."
They have
Why is
and
it gay?
And it makes me think, is what it is. It just it just makes me think.
I like my thoughts when I
This
listen to
perfect. And by the way, it's only 2.5 songs, and it lasts for 4 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a symphony.
No, you can pick instruments. I listen to classical clarinet all the time on songs.
You
see?
are worse than Scott.
Warren.
Jazz flute.
Beardy's like, you know what? Not just any classical. Clarinet.
Clarinet driven. I never knew how close you and I could be.
Yeah, well, oboe wasn't available. So
oboe's always available.
Yeah. Well, really, only Peter and the Wolf has the oboe, and that's it.
Yeah.
In the office, 100% of the time, it's classical.
Is it?
It is.
Yeah, because
You're trying to soothe us root canal patients.
He penned it over there. He said you can play a song for like a long time and you don't get that repeated kind of thing.
Oh, he switched you. Moscow switched you to classical?
No. But what he said was, I got sick of hearing the same songs over and over. When you're the guy that has to sit there and listen to Coit FM or whatever it is, 40 hours a week. Yeah, it gets a little repetitive.
Right.
And so I wanted something in there that I'm the one that has to listen to it.
Yeah.
And it just kind of flows.
No, and it makes sense because then it's not the same song over and over again. It's literally different songs that all sound the same.
Right.
Right.
That's good for me.
Yeah. Doc's poor staff had to listen to me talk their ear off about how much I loved that they were playing classical. Oh,
God.
thank you.
Oh, God. And they had they were like, yeah, Doc made us do that.
Well,
asshole.
And
we
he's
were
like
listening
going,
we were
this
listening
means
to Coit.
You're so elevated because you can think outside it, and they're like, we don't want to listen to this shit.
The funny thing is, as soon as I'm not in there, it's over to like some country station.
It's
or
back
something.
to country or soft rock.
And they'll forget sometimes and not change it back, and I walk in and I look around and they go, oh, and it's instantly put it back because I don't mind when I'm not there. Yeah. Well, I kind of do.
Based on this discussion, it occurs to me we could do an entire show about music while brewing.
Yeah,
because everybody has a different opinion. They're all wrong.
Right. Yeah, mine is the best. Crust and blues.
Yeah.
It's the best.
All right, before we get way off track.
What?
We
already did.
Let's talk about this double IPA, and then I will feel like we have done our duty for the wonderful beer that you've brought into us today from Pendragon. Tell me about this beer.
Arthur is it's a 9.6% double IPA. It is brewed with once again a lot of the late edition hops, but this one I did do a little bit of bittering with. There's about 40 IBUs of bittering with Warrior. And then all the rest are, there's a 10-minute edition of Simcoe, and then all the rest is a 0-minute edition of Amarillo and Galaxy. No, I'm sorry, Amarillo, Galaxy, and Citra.
Okay. This one has, in my opinion, a ton of hop character.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more danky. This one is definitely... we actually just put this one on tap. It's pretty fresh. We put this one on tap on Saturday, and when we first opened at 12 o'clock, we had the bar filled up, and it just smelled just dank.
Oh,
really? It was just like the dankest thing. I mean, you walked in...
And Tasty wasn't there.
No.
So it was definitely the beer.
Yeah. It was awesome. It was really awesome to smell the room when we started pouring this thing, but... and then we also we dry hop it with Columbus and Citra and Galaxy as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it to these guys to talk more about the hops because I'm not as good at describing that. But I did want to say this, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Their fermentation profile is the same. It's very consistent across all the beers. I think you guys have fermentation dialed in.
Thank you.
This beer, again, it's dry. You've got it down to where it should be. There are no other strange flavors or too much residual sweetness or anything else.
We shoot for no strange flavors.
No strange flavors.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys have fermentation dialed in. Anybody else picking up? And I also feel like it's a house fermentation thing across all of the beers.
Not bad for a fermentation room, right?
Yeah. It's not bad for wheeling your... yeah.
Oh, by the way, this one right here, this one almost killed me. By the way.
Oh, the fermenter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because what I do is I let it go through primary fermentation in its fermentation room.
Okay.
Once it's pretty much fermented out, I move it into a conditioning room. Well, I have to wheel
as punishment, like you just
it's naughty. It's pretty naughty.
Yeah. You have to go into the chamber.
Yeah. It's a little bit of whipping and everything, but
it's the whole thing. I don't want to talk about.
There's masks involved. It's really weird.
There's robes and torches.
Yeah,
it's real weird.
We don't like it's proprietary.
A lot of straps. Yeah.
Well, your tagline is getting medieval on your.
Getting a little bit of medieval. Yeah.
Right.
This one gets strapped to the rack. It's
as long as it's your safe word, that's all.
Yeah. Oh, there's safe word. The safe word is fermentation.
Right.
So, fermentation.
Yeah. The safe word.
So it's a cold space. You're creating it.
Exactly. Yeah. I put it into a room that's we call it the conditioning room.
Okay.
It's about 69, 70 degrees.
Oh.
And I let it sit for
I
a
call
week.
mine the dungeon. But yeah.
Well,
the nipple room.
Oh, Doc calls his the nipple room.
Yeah.
We're learning a lot on this show. Carry on.
We're learning together.
I don't want to know.
Just think about alligator clips.
No, like clothesline clips.
I was wondering why that door next to your brew house is always locked, Doc. That's the nipple room.
The gimp will run away if he doesn't log it.
Okay, sorry. Go on.
So anyway, this one, my rooms are even the floor is insulated. Oh. So I have a little ramp that I have to push. It's like 2-inch ramp. I have to push it up into the room. I could do it by myself, even though the damn thing's like 800-900 pounds.
Wow. Okay.
But when I brewed this, or when I was brewing that night, and I needed to take Arthur out of its fermentation room and move it to the conditioning room and put another beer in its place. It was like 1 a.m.
Okay.
I'm pretty much a night brewer, so and it was late, and I was pushing Arthur into the conditioning room, and it slipped off the side of the ramp, which made it super top heavy.
Yeah.
And the thing started falling back on me. And there's one or two options. What are you going to do at that point? Catch a 900-pound fermenter?
Save the beer.
Or you're just going to be like a matador and just let it go.
And get the F out of the way.
Yeah, and I chose the latter. So
good move.
It fell.
So a full ferment.
Full fermenter fell on its side. And unfortunately, it fell in probably the worst spot it could fall on. It fell on the part where it had the thermal probe that goes into the beer.
Okay.
Which bent it into the fermenter itself.
Okay.
Luckily, the fermenter was sturdy enough to where it held. I didn't lose any beer.
You're kidding me?
No, the only beer I lost was through the blow off.
You pissed your pants.
Well, yeah,
while it was happening.
yeah. Well, whatever ran down my leg, it was.
That's the beer that I love.
No, it was through the blow off tube. But I shut it real quick. I maybe lost like 12 ounces.
Wow.
Well. It was 1 a.m, right?
How you get that thing up right by
so
yourself?
What do you do then?
No joke. Yeah. I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the fermenter, and it's 1 a.m. I'm fucking tired. I'm looking at it. I just walk over to my desk and sit in the chair. I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do now?
Yeah.
I call my wife, and she's like, well, you can't do shit. Go home.
Right.
So I went home, and the next morning I got up and I called a bunch of people, and we came over. I called about 7 guys, and we tried lifting it. It did not happen.
Wow. I mean, you said it's like 900 pounds.
It didn't happen.
Okay.
There aren't too many handles on it either.
So our neighbor came over.
I can so relate to Tommy, because I would have done that stupid thing too. Like, that's a dumb idea, Tommy. And I would have done that. I'd be like, how about we just call everybody? I mean, I could go rent a forklift, but why would I do that?
Call my volunteers.
I'm just going to call everybody. I'm sorry to call you out on that, but I am only doing it because it's what I would have done.
It's okay. You can call me out on it.
Well, Justin, I feel like you would have tried to save it as it was falling over the night before.
Well, I would have done that too, but then I would have called everybody, and here's what would have happened. We would have gotten it like halfway up. And then nothing. And then we're stuck there.
You're assuming people would show up.
And I still would have looked at everybody and been like, I don't know, guys. Let's just keep trying. I think we can do this.
Halfway there.
Okay, so what do you end up doing?
The only way we got it up is our neighbor, who was a mechanic, he had a forklift.
Okay.
And he brought it over, and he had it come along, and we put it around there, and we ratcheted that thing up, and 10 minutes later, we had that thing on its wheels. And
12 ounces of beer lost, that's it.
That's it.
This is amazing.
It lasted.
How much damage to the vessel?
The thermal probe got pushed into the fermenter itself, but I'm actually gonna on Wednesday I'm gonna try to push it out because it's pushed.
Of course you are.
It's all me. It's me and a rubber hammer. I'm gonna go at it.
Yeah. He's gonna call everybody, and they're gonna pull it out.
Yeah.
Well, he's gonna call a welder and 8 people with a hammer.
Yeah. No, but it's at a point where it looks like it wants to be popped out.
Of course it does.
And I'm gonna try it. We'll find out Wednesday if it works.
I think we have a picture of the damaged fermenter to go up on our live stream.
Yes, we'll post it to the live stream
Somebody
page.
Please put it on our live stream page now, if you would.
I'm pretty sure he staged it as a marketing thing because he posted it on Facebook, and we had so much business the next day. Did you lose any beer? Everybody came in asking about the beer.
Yeah, they wanted to know about the damage. We love our disasters. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Well, you can't.
It happens.
You can't recreate this beer now because it's going to be awesome.
Well, no,
and then
you change the
every time now you got to dump that fermenter over.
On Saturday when we released this beer, I was behind the bar. I'm like, hey, how do you like it? And they're like, oh, this is great. I'm like, oh, good, because it's $20 a freaking glass,
right?
Because we got to replace the freaking fermenter that fell over.
I love it. Yeah, you got to add the cost. That's the cost of making the beer. Just like ingredients.
Next time, you got to trash another fermenter.
I know.
That's the way.
And that's the secret to the beer. Drop a fermenter.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, it's going to be salvageable. It doesn't have to look pretty to make beer. It just needs to make beer.
You have
that's
such
Justin
a great
right there.
Apparently you do. I make shitty beer. You have such a great attitude. I think about your brewery and about these things happening and starting small and struggling with money. I mean, you could get really you can go, fuck, I dumped over a whole... I ruined my fermenter.
Right.
I dumped it over. You could really... You don't. You just go, well, shit, I'm going to go home, and the thing doesn't need to look pretty. It's got some dents in it. Fuck it.
Well, sure.
You have a good attitude.
And, what's running through my mind at that moment? Okay, what? It's 1 a.m. It's 65 degrees outside. Oh, it's going to be fine. The temperature's fine. We'll come back in the morning when it's still temperature's good. And I wasn't worried about temperature fluctuations or anything like that. But what the fuck's going to happen? It's already been a week in primary anyway, so...
I love it. You have a great... I think people should take this attitude if you're thinking of opening a brewery or starting any kind of business. If you're an entrepreneur, you should take this attitude to heart. I walk into the Hop Grenade, I see like a spare nail on the floor, and I fucking freak out. I'm like, oh, what is this doing here? We're under construction, idiot. There's nails everywhere. You have a good attitude. You relax about it, and I think that people should take this to heart.
Yeah, listen, like I said, I don't have all the money in the world, but I knew I had a dream, and I wanted to follow through with it. And I'm just doing it the best way I can with the equipment I have. I'm brewing I always tell people, if you like the beer now, it's only going to get better because I'm brewing the best beer I can with the equipment I have.
Yeah. Well, you're brewing great beer. I've liked every one of them. The double IPA is very good, too. Also, not extremely bitter. It's bitter enough. Of course, it's a double IPA.
Sure.
But it's really good. And you guys got fermentation down.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep it up. I got more calls to take. We got to do some other things, too.
Yeah.
We need to do a Brewcaster Challenge fermentation update before the break.
Okay.
Are you guys ready to do that?
I think so.
What's the site again so I can go look at your fermentation?
Beerbug.com/challenge.
Beerbug.com. By the way, we are not getting rid of House of Pendragon Brewing. We're just...
we're here.
We'll cover some other stuff. Just hang out, guys.
We got nowhere to go.
I feel like once we open the door here, it's just all this steam is going to pour out as we vent to this man air.
Sweaty in here.
It's musk.
That is the enjoyable part about my booth, is that it's not hot in here.
Shut up!
It's really
Bevo's
nice.
got her own temp-controlled isolation chamber.
Well, your new one, that's only pseudo-temp controlled. Your new one is actually temp controlled.
Yeah, you got your own thermostat, Bevo.
Yeah, really? That's exciting.
It doesn't control
I went from a
anything, but-
cold-ass closet to this thing. No.
Now to a new one.
To a new one where I have my own. I'm going to make it super warm and cozy in there.
Oh,
That's a
it's
good
maybe not
story.
that temp control. I don't think you have your own thermostat.
No, we're going to set the ceiling at 70.
You're a douche. Well, I got a Snuggie, so that's all that matters.
Is it a Harry Potter Snuggie?
I don't have a Harry Potter Snuggie.
You haven't lived yet.
All right, let's do our Brewcaster Challenge fermentation update brought to you by the Beer Bug. Of course, it's JP and Tasty challenging each other with their beer this time around. I am looking at your fermentation profiles right now. You can go to, if you want to follow along, it's thebeerbug.com/challenge. Wow, so this is an interesting turn of events here. Am I looking at this right?
Yeah. Well, there's only one way to look at it.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Something must have went wrong with my.
So I'm looking at two beers, of course, and Tasty Got Smoked, made by JP, is now down to 10-10.
Get it?
And as you mentioned, that sort of rocky road that we mentioned last time, where you had a lot of blips in your deal, has now evened out to a steady decline.
That was me farting around with it. I doubt it's really at 10-10. I had to tear the,
what do you think it's at?
Torpedo. I would guess it's probably more closer to the mid-teens somewhere. Because
so you're cheating.
No, I'm not cheating.
Why do you keep fucking with your beer bug?
No. I had to fuck with it to get it to work. Because I had installed it in a different way. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to utilize it with the conical.
I see.
And so what I think was happening was causing those weird peaks is, like I said, I put it in a carboy hood, and so the temperature probe was interfering with the torpedo. So if anything's touching
too
that
many
or anything,
sticks in one hole.
Right, exactly
I
right.
just heard I understand. Now, so, Tasty, you're at 1026 according to this.
Yeah, but I questioned that, so I got my hydrometer actually at 1016.
Okay, so maybe there's some weird adjustment.
Yeah.
You guys are getting used to the beer bug.
It was tracking what I thought correctly until
it did look right. In fact,
until I raised the temperature from like 66 to 68, and then it sort of like went.
So he could have some schmeg hanging on the torpedo.
Yeah, I remember, and I switched I had a blow off tube, then I switched to an airlock, and I know it says to keep the thing level. I probably, messed it up when I was, switching that out.
Yeah.
So the good thing is once you at the end when you finish your beer, you can just input in your final gravity and adjust everything, and it'll just adjust it all for you.
Okay.
So it's not like, oh shit, it's at 1026, the whole data is ruined. No, it'll just adjust, and you can pull out that weird data spike right there.
Okay.
You just pull out and eliminate it, and you'll never know it's there.
Jip, your beer is at 70 degrees right now. Tasty is a couple degrees lower at 68.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but
no, I think we're both doing our
diacetyl rest.
Yeah,
it's going to finish the ferment out at about that temperature.
I'm stoked. I'm excited.
Have either of you tasted the beer?
Yeah,
I did. Couple 2-3 days ago.
Yeah, before the radiation.
Before the radiation. Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
For the rest of us. And what you think?
2-3 days ago.
I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I don't know if I've ever necessarily tasted a beer mid ferment like that in a long time. So it was very weird to kind of,
and it's hard to tell, right?
Figure out in my head, what's going to go away and what's going to be cleaned up, and
that's a problem I have.
Yeah.
Tasty.
Yeah, it's. I like the ferment. It smells good. It tastes like a really clean ferment. I could comment about the smoking level, but I don't want to, give away.
Good one.
Predispose people to thinking which beer is which. But
actually, that's a good call. Yeah. If you give away too many characteristics,
it'd be like
mine tastes really good. So
it tastes fine.
Yeah,
we're on the same page.
I'm voting for JP.
Yeah,
this must be JP's.
I got the color I was looking for, but
which is about what?
I can't say. I mean, you might pick it out by color.
Okay, good call.
Yeah.
Right.
Tasty's very aware. He doesn't want us to. Doesn't want to buy.
No, I'd like it to be just. Yeah, I'd like to.
It's a good idea.
Do it that way.
Well, I'm going to vote for the one that's really good.
Well, then I already win automatically.
Me too. I might vote for the other guy.
Thank you for your vote. I appreciate that. I win already. Let's just advance. Let's just go to the next one.
All right. You can follow along with their fermentation and their temperatures over at thebeerbug.com/challenge, and we'll check in with you guys on our next show, which fermentation should be done by then.
Yeah, I think we should have, by that time, ended up finishing out the brews.
When's the reveal?
I think June 20-something?
23rd.
Yes. Wow. Yes.
Yeah, you got lots of time.
You got a long lagering phase ahead of you.
So you got to lager it.
Right.
But that's good.
I think I won't use any clarifier then. I'll just let it clear up on its own.
That's what I did with my Schwarzbier Tasty. If you want my advice, and I'll tell you, it just came out.
I'm always
great.
looking for your advice.
Yeah, it came out really good that way.
And you guys better be careful because we got the boys from the Rare Barrel in studio that day, and they have very discriminating palates.
And they will be judges.
Yes,
nice. Yes.
I'll pay those guys off.
Pay them off.
I'll be pouring that at the Firestone Walker Brewers Campground. I think the Roush beer. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it loose on Vinny and Matt.
There you go.
Yeah.
They don't like smoked beer either, do they?
I'll make them say they like it. Or I'll throw them out of my deal.
All right. Excellent. I was going to do beer news now, but
now let's do our homebrewer of the week because he's been waiting forever. You want to do break first and then him or what?
Yeah, can we do that?
Yeah.
A quick break. We'll come back. We'll do our home brewer of the week, and then we've got the House of Pendragon Brewing guys still in the studio with us too. So a lot more to do. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network. Have you ever dreamed of attending the World Brewing Academy? This year, thanks to Lallemand and Danstar, one lucky brewer will make that dream a reality for free. Lallemand and Danstar invite you to enter the Beer School 2015 contest. One lucky grand prize winner will receive fully paid tuition to the 2015 World Brewing Academy web-based concise course in brewing technology worth almost $4,000. From now until December 13th, 2014, every Danstar yeast packet you use is your ticket to enter. Visit danstaryeast.com for the details and to print your official entry form. There's no limit on the number of times you can enter, so get brewing with Danstar and get your entries in to the Danstar 2015 Beer School Contest. Whether you want to build your home brewing skills or build a career as a professional brewer, this course will change the way you think of beer and brewing. Enter at danstaryeast.com and get the dry yeast advantage with Danstar and Lallemand Premium Brewing Yeast and enter to win.
More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters, this is Jamel Zanishev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer, one that spits resin in your face and makes you cry, Uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Dear Bevo, let your hair hang low. My Bevo, let your hair hang low. I'll bring you more gold than those teacups can hold. My Bevo, let your hair hang low. My Bevo, your big boobies I long to see. Dear Bevo, your big boobies to see. Delicious and round, hang on while I pound your big boobies, my, I see. My bevo, I dream of your hair down there. Lovely bevo, do you have hair down there? When I'm whacking my wang, it won't do a thing till I'm dreaming of your hair down there.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back to the program. I feel like we're just starting to have fun in here. You know?
I do. I don't.
You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
I feel like we're building the booth for the wrong person. Bevo doesn't need a booth. JP needs a booth. If we were to build him his own little radiation chamber for every show, he'd be happy as a pig in shit.
That'd be cool.
I can't believe you must be the only person on Earth who's like, no, this is awesome. Give me another pill. I'll take if I have to lock myself in a room for 3 days, I love it.
It was pretty cool. Like I told you, it was like either being at a really nice prison or a really shitty hotel. It's just I can't figure out which.
Which I don't know what that says for your home,
right?
Because it was in your home, but it's not like you were at the hospital.
Prisons are pretty nice these days.
They are.
Just drill a hole through the wall and he can sit in a stall in the EJ Fair bathroom. And he can have his own
flush all that'll be my laugh track.
You can hear it, yeah. Well, we'll hear you every fucking time, I'll tell you that.
Hell yeah.
We had to have a meeting with the contractors this morning because they put up the walls. I think I talked about it last show.
And let me guess.
And I said, I want to test the walls when you put them up.
Yeah.
And I go in there, and God damn it if I don't hear someone taking a shit next door. And
you can even hear the shitting.
And I already almost lost it, and we can fix it right now. And I still lost it. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" It's the contractor told me, he's like, "I don't hear anything, but I'm a little older than you, so why don't you come test it?" So I go test it,
and I've been on construction sites so long.
Yeah. By the way, my hearing sucks. Like my headphones are on a 12 right now.
Yeah.
I go in there. It's all I fucking hear. I can hear it from the front goddamn door. I can hear the thing flushing, and so I had to call everybody, guys. We have to talk about this, and then I just feel like an asshole because they put up the wall,
right?
But I'm like, this is your job. This is the only. In fact, I don't even care about the rest of the building. All right, the rest of the building could fall down. There's one 10-foot wall that I give a shit about, and you have to do it right. And they're just looking at me like I'm an asshole.
Well, that's nostalgia because it seems like every studio we have, you can hear that.
And that's true. Our last studio also.
This one you can't hear it.
This is right, only because the bathroom is 8 doors down.
But you can hear the train.
They're all a bit of a shithole, if you ask me.
Right.
Yeah. Well, so far the new one's no different, unless they fix that goddamn wall. And so they're looking at me, and every time I propose something, and this might be the first time in my life I've ever said this sentence, but every time I bring something up, they go, well, cost, and that's going to cost this, and that's going to, and finally I go, listen to me, I only give a shit about this wall. I'm willing to say to you, spare no expense.
I saw Justin's eyelid twitch when he said it, but he did say it.
I have a very hard time saying it. I'm like reaching for my credit card as I'm saying it, but I'm like, it's 10 feet of wall. Spare no expense.
I'm sure Marty sat straight up in bed in a cold sweat, just feeling that you said that.
My words would have been, No, the cost is all yours because you built it wrong. I told you ahead of time.
Well, in part, I'm not going to lie.
I can hear the kids hitting the pool.
In part, you're right. We brought the architect in to explain that the plans say one thing and what's happening is something different. And they had messed up on one part of the plans.
Oh, that's good.
The other part they had done right, but I feel that it's still not enough. So we are now all on the same page. Luckily, I'm pretty sure that Scott had explained to the Moskowitz family before we got into this that I'm fucking insane. And so when we stood in there, I actually felt like they weren't judging me at all. They were on my side. Well, they were like, we expected this from him. At one point or another, we expected this.
The other option is we just turn a blind eye to it, and we watch you cringe on air every time.
Can you imagine?
And then just launching some diatribe every time somebody flushes that.
But I would you would find me hanging in the studio on some Tuesday morning is what would happen.
Oh yeah.
Like, it would be
After
one
a while.
show too many, and our wonderful GM Kevin would walk in one day, and I would be hanging from the track lighting.
You know what I would do in that case? I would walk over to EJ Fair and flush the toilet.
Give him a 21 flush salute.
And at the funeral, instead of a speech, it would be like, I just wanted to say one thing. And Scott and his shitty soundboard would play a flushing sound.
That's weird. It's two things that you don't want to happen anymore. The soundboard and the fucking...
No matter how thick they build that wall, it's not going to help the soundboard situation.
Oh, my God.
What about the sound from a full bar?
Okay, so I'm glad you bring that up, because we talked about that, too. The other wall also has some issues. But frankly, I'm less concerned about that because, look, we're doing a show from a bar.
Right.
So if there's a little bit of people noise or something, there are some things I can do to the microphones. I'm kind of okay with that. Mm-hmm. It's not ideal. If I could make the thing sound isolated, I would, but you can't.
Mm-hmm. I can't.
So I had to explain to them today, even the people noise is okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't make for bad radio. If every time I ask Tommy a question, I have to hear a shit go down the drain, that's not okay.
Well, at least you know that the people who eat at EJ Fair are very regular.
Well, and sometimes it's just pee. But
It's the women's bathroom.
That's not what you're going to visualize every time, is it?
And you guys
Who's running the fucking rock polisher? Oh, wait. Just fucking someone taking a shit.
And you guys eventually would tune it out, but I would sit, even if it didn't get picked up on the microphone, I would sit, because the wall's right next to me. And every time it goes in the background, a part of me would die. A piece of me would die.
I would look at you in the eye and just start fucking smiling.
Well, you're right. We would tune it out. I probably wouldn't even notice it anymore, but I would be wondering why you're messing with the knobs again.
Yeah, or why I'm crying in blood.
And you got that V going in your head and you're messing with the knobs again? I go, what?
Could you imagine him showing back up at his therapist's office and being like,
oh my
what
God.
brings you here? And then you tell him it's a flush, and he's like, I told you shouldn't have quit.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, my operatives over at EJ Fair are going to have a speaker in there, just making a big flushing
The
sound.
loudest
on my
flush
cue. On my
sound they
cue.
can make.
On my
Yeah.
cue. See,
It is
like at the right part of the show. I'm going to have to.
If you guys ever get pissed off at me, it is the way to ruin me.
you flip-
Just go to the other side and put on a PA system of a fucking flush sound.
Here's what you do is you record the sound and then you just play it on your phone into the microphone.
And I won't even know.
At a distance. What the fuck?
Oh my God! Boom! And I'll spontaneously combust.
One eye will close and shoot out and just swing like a pendulum from your nerve.
I'd like to see JJ's water bill. It will spike right about the time when we're having the show, and then go back down again after.
EJ Fair's water bill is. I want to, Scott. I want a copy of JJ's water bill every month from the time we open.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'll be real forthright with his bills.
The thing is, usually I'm pretty. Of course, on the show, I'm a fucking maniac. But when it comes to really asking for what I want in these terms, I tend to be pretty mild.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, I have not been. All the way through, I have repeatedly announced to these people, all I care about is that fucking wall right there. They still cut a corner or two. They didn't seal this gap and that gap. And so, frankly, I don't actually feel very bad about saying, fuck you, fix the goddamn wall.
You shouldn't. You're paying for it.
I've said it all the way through, that this wall is the most important wall in the whole building. And your life.
While that wall was open, you should have put a valve in there so you can just shut the water off.
And the shit just backs up into EJ.
Yeah.
And then at the break,
out of tell you what, you walk in there right before the show and you paste that big tape thing over the front that says out of order.
Yeah, Scott, that'll be your new producer job before every
that's
show.
all you gotta do.
It's weird. Every Monday, they're out of order.
At the same time, the ladies,
I just tell them to come over and get a beer. Yeah.
Well, just walk in there tomorrow morning and say, tear this
Use
all
our
out.
bathroom. They can use our bathroom, right?
Well, they're redoing it now.
Plenty of room.
I walked in this morning, and they're redoing it. So they have to redo the wall because I went in and I could hear the goddamn thing.
They're peeing on the wall as they're like this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to leave a California brown
2x6s. 2x6s, right? 2x6s? Yeah, he knows.
They're working on it. There's all sorts of things happening.
I'll come do it if you want me to.
I'm still always surprised at the looks I get, though. Like, they're just giving me blank stares. And I'm like, haven't we been talking about this for 5 months?
Okay.
They're trying to figure out where to get meth in Concord.
Justin, I have the key. Tomorrow morning, you show up with the big guy.
With Aaron. Yeah.
Oh, with the big guy. You know what?
The enforcer.
That thing's going to get done, and it's going to get done right.
I've brought the enforcer. Yeah. All right.
He doesn't like flushing sounds either.
Now they know they're going to redo it. They're going to do all the things they're supposed to do, and still not wrap it up until I go in there and listen. They now understand the level of insanity that is in this brain, and they will let me listen before they wrap it up.
It really cracks me up that you've gone from a fucking garage, to pissed about a fucking wall.
Right? Yeah. In the garage, you could hear the garbage man pull up during the early Jamil shows. Yeah.
We always heard the doorbell too.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. I remember
kitchen cabinets being closed.
Yeah, the kitchen cabinets being closed.
And the toilet. I mean...
Okay, but Marty Moskowitz didn't pay a fortune for that studio.
Right.
And so I'm protecting my partners. It's not even my own psyche. I'm protecting my partners.
You are such a lying douche.
Everything else
for everyone else.
That's it for everyone else, yeah.
I'm thinking it's time for Marty to go in and kick some ass.
Well, Marty was there today, but I think that Marty trusts that my insanity is a little further along than his is, and so I will actually go a little more nuts than he will.
He needs to protect you.
Yeah. When he well, Marty will eventually learn that there's the healthy snap that I do, and then there's the one where it's beyond all
the
control.
eyelid flutter one.
And then he'll go, oh shit, I better step in here before the shit hits the fan.
It's when you drive the van through the wall.
Yeah,
I say, I fixed it.
Yeah. How does it sound now, fuckers? All right. We got to do our homebrewer of the week.
Oh, poor guy. I think it's midnight over there.
Yeah, we got Jake on the line for our homebrewer spotlight. Here we go.
It's time for your close-up.
Now the BN Homebrewer Spotlight, brought to you by Logic.
Jake, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I had to yell.
Oh, that's all right. I understand.
Thanks for being on the program, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Jake, where are you from?
I live in O'Galley, Wisconsin, which is the west central side of the state. So.
Oh, for fun.
O'Galley.
Oh, for fun.
About an hour away from St. Paul.
Oh, yeah.
So.
You know why beer geeks make fun of people from Wisconsin now?
Because it's easy?
No, because we're jealous.
We are?
New Glarus.
Yeah, well, we have this great, very innovative craft brewery over in Milwaukee. They have this new technique called triple hopping.
Oh, we're jealous of that, yes.
Yeah,
Tell us more. Yeah, how does that happen?
Is there a secret to that?
But no, Wisconsin's actually a great state to live.
What's your local brewery?
There's a couple that are my two favorites. There's Lucette Brewing in Menominee. They do
Menominee.
Menominee. Yeah.
I'd laugh if that was the first time I heard it.
Right.
Oh, that wasn't the first time?
Well done.
But they do kind of a wide range. They have some Belgian beers and then good American pale ale and stout. And then one of the members of our local homebrew club started a traditional German-style brewery in Eau Claire, and that's Lazy Monk Brewing.
Nice.
And those are my two locals. So
when you sit in the bar, can you hear the toilets flush?
I Oddly enough, no.
No, that's, wow. I should
But
give me the number of their contract.
Your restaurant's going to have that going for it.
Yeah,
so
we have that. We're going to make it part of the thing. How long have you been homebrewing?
Almost 5 years, or just over 5 years now, I guess. Started in 2009, but I actually got interested in it 15 years ago from one of my coworkers, and just took a long time to build up the guts to try a process that actually isn't that big a deal.
So I'm looking at my notes about that, and in reading through this before the show, I'm kind of a pussy about things in that I don't take a lot of risks, to be honest. I hedge all of my bets, and I'm looking at my notes here about you, and you're like me times 10. You got interested in homebrewing in '99, but then you didn't start brewing till 2009. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. And it was just one of my coworkers had an evening where he was like, "Hey, I'm going to make a batch of beer. Come over, everybody, bring some beer, and we'll try different stuff." And it was a really good time. And then just I got busy. My wife and I had kids, and there's some financial stuff in the middle there too. But
it can be expensive, so that makes sense.
Yeah, and then just finally decided to just go for it, and I love it. It's really cool. I mean, my mom tells stories about how she had me helping cook before I could walk, and then once I found out that I liked beer, I was like, well, why not try making my own?
It's just cooking, sure.
Yeah. So
now,
yeah, it's awesome.
When you started, did you start all grain or extract?
Started with extract, and my first batch was phenomenal. It was a local homebrew shop kit for a Russian Imperial Stout, and it turned out fantastic.
So did mine.
And my second batch of beer turned out like crap. So.
Yeah, so did mine. I'm not even joking about that. I feel like the first batch of beer I brewed actually went great, and then it got progressively worse after that.
Wasn't the second one Carpet Porter?
That was like the third.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's probably better than this.
But right, your first one, if you're doing a kit, well, Tommy threw his out, but the rest of us, your first one, you go buy a kit. I actually feel like it tends to go pretty well.
Well, but I mean, that's more about your perception than it is about the actual beer. I mean,
that's true,
isn't it?
Yeah, you've made it yourself,
right.
And it's full of flavors.
Exactly. I mean, you think that was the case for your beer, Jake?
I think that was part of it. I mean, I was also pretty careful, with sanitation and all of the stuff that you guys talk about. You got to be careful, pay attention to every step what you're doing. And I mean, one of the things that was kind of weird is it was January, and I fermented it in my garage with a little brew belt around a bucket and a sleeping bag over the top, and it turned out fantastic.
Yeah.
And then the second batch I think I made in March, so it was 70 degrees during the day and 28 degrees at night. So I was like, well, I'll put it in this unplugged fridge out in my garage, and then I'll probably need to have the brew belt in there just to just to make sure it doesn't freeze overnight. And I way overthought that, given the temperature swing that it got up to almost 70 during the day, I should have realized that, it'd be fine.
Well, that's not that bad. I thought you were going to say it got to be like 90 degrees in there, almost 70.
Well, I'm pretty sure the fridge got to be like 90 degrees in there because it fermented out in about 12 hours.
Okay.
And it tasted like solvent, and after about 2 sips, he had a splitting headache. So
Yikes.
That whole batch wound up going down the drain. But
okay. So you've made some bad beer. I can appreciate that.
Yep.
Have you made some good beer?
I think so.
Oh, good.
I mean, and my father-in-law likes my beer too, so...
Well, that's always a testament, because he has no reason to like you. I mean, he's your father-in-law. So,
well, except that he grew up drinking Leinenkugels, and all of a sudden he started having an allergic reaction to it, and he thought he was allergic to the malt in it.
Right.
And
turns out he's allergic to rice.
No, he's allergic to corn.
Oh.
Which is probably, I don't know what percentage Liney's uses corn, but it's
enough.
A lot, yeah.
Okay.
So he'd gone for years without any beer in his life, and I was like, well, it's probably not the beer, it's probably the fact that you're not drinking good beer.
Right.
And after that, he was like, you are my favorite son-in-law. And I was like, is that a compliment since I'm your only son-in-law?
Yeah. Well, he's like, well, you are number 6. But, oh, you didn't know that? I'm sorry. The favorite one so far.
Exactly.
Now, I have in my notes that you had a challenge when it came to sparging once you went all green. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I was actually debating whether I should submit myself for Homebrewer of the Week or for Happy Hour. But luckily there was no serious injury involved. But when I went all grain, I figured I might as well go for 10-gallon batches. If I'm going to put in the time to do a 5-gallon batch, why not do 10?
My thoughts exactly.
I got the cooler mash tun set up and did reading on, doing the sparge manifold. And so I went out and I bought PVC and cut it and put all the pieces together and put it in the cooler. And the instant that I dumped my strike water into the cooler, I didn't really realize that there's PVC and then there's the high temp PVC.
The C PVC.
Oh.
The C PVC. So as soon as the hot water hit it, it curled up like elbow macaroni.
Oh, whoops. Shit.
And so my first batch of beer wound up taking me about 3 hours just to get it to sparge because I was trying to keep enough pressure on the manifold to keep it from falling apart, just so I could get my wort out of it.
I see.
And
what a mess.
Also, since it was my first batch, I didn't realize that you're supposed to put a second batch of water in. So I was making a California Common that came out to about 7%, but I only had like 3 gallons of it.
Wow. Oh, I love that.
So you're saying, well, hell with this batch sparging crap.
Yeah.
You didn't realize you were shooting for 10, and when only 3 came out, there was no light bulb or anything went off. Just wait a second.
Fuck it. I've made it this far.
Right. I was a little too freaked out with the fact that my manifold was falling apart and stuff, so it didn't really register until my boil starts, and I'm like, there's supposed to be quite a bit more liquid in this kettle, I think.
Why can I relate to the thought process of every brewing disaster I've ever been told? Every time, instead of going, wow, you're a fucking idiot, I go, yeah, I could do that.
I can see myself. That makes sense.
I would have done the same thing. 3 gallons is fine.
Yeah, but at that point, you're calling everybody.
Yeah.
And nobody's answering.
Yeah. Because I've called 8 times before that day as well. Amazing. Well, but now you've gotten through all those hard times. And what is the Iron Brewer competition? And tell me about that.
Oh, that's something the head brewer from Lucette Brewing in Menominee organized last year. It's if you've ever watched Iron Chef, where they are assigned a special ingredient, it's something like that, but it's crossed with a Sweet 16 style bracket. So we started out last year with 16 brewers in a bracket, and it was single elimination. So first round there was 16 brewers, and we were all paired off, and each pairing got a special ingredient. I had ginger. One of the other guys in my homebrew club had cocoa. Another guy had chipotle. Peppers, another guy had Lucky Charms.
Wow. That's
So,
kind of
yeah.
fucked up. I feel like if you're going to give one team cocoa, you can't give another team Lucky Charm or ginger.
Yeah, or the other guy giving jalapenos.
Yeah, they all have to get fucked up shit.
Yeah,
Somebody can't get cocoa.
You guys get barley.
And one guy gets sheep balls or something.
We're going to give you this Kentucky bourbon barrel to use. And you over here, you get a box of Lucky Charms.
Here's 8 ounces of Galaxy hops. Good luck.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up. How did it go with the ginger?
them all.
Right. It turned out really good. I did a ginger snap milk stout that turned out really well. And
what form was the ginger in? Like fresh?
I used candied ginger in the boil, and then I also
soulless
dry gingered with more candied ginger, some dried ginger, and some fresh grated ginger as well.
Wow, you went nuts on the ginger.
You probably rated it every elementary school out there.
And it came out okay?
Yeah, it won.
And it won.
Yep. And the beer that I was up against was a ginger lager, and I thought it was really good. And if I had lost to that beer, I would not have had my feelings hurt about it. So,
okay. Congrats.
Thanks. I wound up losing in the semifinals, the third round. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. The first round was kind of crazy ingredients. The second round was we were assigned a specific technique and ingredients. I had to make my own crystal malt and also dry hop, which, the dry hop wasn't that big a deal, but I mean, I was like, oh, I've done this before.
Yeah.
But then the third round, they took away a critical ingredient. I had to try to make a stout with no grains over 3 lava bond in color.
Really? No grains over 3 lava bond, Tasty.
Sinmar.
Yeah.
To make a stout.
That's not a stout.
Well, and
how'd you do it?
I actually knew the guy that I was brewing against that round, and we kind of agreed that we weren't going to go for Cinnamar, because I mean that is a grain derivative. So we're like, well, technically you might be able to get by with it, but it's kind of outside of the spirit of the competition. So I just made like a black caramel, and I was like, oh, this is going to work awesome. And I wound up with a light amber because
it still didn't do it.
No, it didn't. And the guy I was brewing against, he used coffee and teas, and, some other stuff. And when we showed up for the day of the competition, it was both of us just let out a sigh of relief because our beers were virtually identical in color. Neither of our beers were properly carbonated.
Fail.
So it was like,
you both fail.
I would have failed both.
We do not award a gold in this category.
That's right.
No winners.
You see, Tasty, you think we're hard on you when we go, oh, do a Roush beer. Or to Jamil when we go, what do we tell him he couldn't do?
Can't boil.
You can't boil. They're like, yeah, brew a stout. And by the way, no dark grains.
Well, I'm surprised the coffee one came out the same color. I would think that would have been darker.
No, you have to add a lot of black.
It's a shitload,
for it not
isn't
to
it?
be red. I mean, yeah.
I would have started with the Pilsner and made my own black. And they just said they couldn't.
Nope.
I had to start with
that'd
nothing
be
black.
the same.
Well, they were trying to make their own black.
You got to make your own black somehow.
Once you modified the malt, it became a specialty malt.
Yeah.
But I bought the light stuff.
But you
modified it and turned it into a specialty malt.
I can caramelize it in the bottom of that kettle.
But you won't get the roasty stout.
Right.
You watch me.
You can't brew a stout that way.
You watch me.
I'll bet you. $100.
I'll cook it up like popcorn.
All right,
That'd be great.
I feel like we should assign this challenge to Doc. He's got a big
Brewcaster
mouth
challenge.
over there
Yeah.
about getting this beer black without any grains over 3 lava bond. Let's fucking see it.
You can't do it. It's like making a session IPA. It's not real.
That's hard.
It's not a real thing.
Oh, you mean a black IPA?
Or a black IPA. It's impossible. You can't do it.
Well, Jake, you are a hell of a homebrewer of the week, my friend. It sounds like you're doing great things and you're working hard over there. Congratulations on your progress in the Iron Brewer competition. Is it over now?
It did. It wrapped up in December. We're trying to get a second round of it going this year. So
okay, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And then the judging sessions just kind of everybody that has beer entered shows up, and we get to sample what everybody made.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun and great opportunity to kind of be forced to do something that you might not normally do on your own.
Sure.
On stuff. So yeah, it was
great.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for participating, Jake. You are our homebrewer of the week, and thanks so much for spending time with us today, brother.
Yeah, thanks for talking.
All right, good luck,
You're
and I
welcome.
hope we meet you at an event soon.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cheers, Jake.
Cheers.
There you go. Jake Waldstad, he's from Wisconsin, and he is our homebrewer of the week.
Yes, and that was brought to us by our friends at Logic Inc. Go to ecologicleansers.com, and you've heard me talk about them. They're the best cleaners on the market the Logic guys offer. Use their Straight A and their One Step. It's simply the best cleaners to make the cleanest beer. ecologicleansers.com.
All right, what does Dominic want, Bevo, before I go to beer news?
He wants to make you an offer you can't refuse.
Oh.
It just says he has a question. He has a question for the guests.
Bevo. It just says.
Hey, it's Dominic, and he got a question.
And he has a
what
question.
do you want?
That's what I said.
Hey, it's Dominic.
It just has a
Sorry,
question.
he's been on hold for like 3 hours, and I forgot.
Hey, I forget to ask when he's on hold for a long time, but it's Dominic. He got a question.
It could have been 2 minutes, could have been 3 hours. I don't know. I'm over here doing my nails,
Hey, it's been on a couple, 2-3 hours. What do you want from me? I'm trying to shop on Target over here.
You better talk to him because he's kind of pissed.
Hey, it's Dominic. He's tired of waiting.
Don't make him come down here.
Hi, Dominic.
I'm not pissed. I'm proud of you guys because now I know you guys hit the big time. You're like like one of those big radio stations. You gotta wait on hold for hours to talk.
Yeah,
that's right. That's what it was. Dominic has a lot of feelings.
Yeah, we haven't had a call in 6 months. Now we just leave you waiting on hold. Dominic, what's happening, brother?
Hey, I brewed the Belgian Dark Strong from Jamil's book.
Hey, I just wanted to say, Bevo's a bitch. She left me on hold for like 7 hours over here. I just got a question. All right, sorry, Dominic. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I've had a couple beers while I was on
Me
hold.
too.
So
You're fine.
Get my
His
mind
question is,
straight
why is
here.
Bevo such a bitch for making him wait for so long?
I'm trying to ask, why is Bevo such a fucking bitch over there?
She's treating me like a mooyah. What is this over here? Huh?
I'm not
I'm
some
just saying,
jabroni.
when Dominic called, I could understand him a lot better than I can right now.
He called at 5:55.
Yeah, last Thursday.
It's been a solid minute or two.
All right, I'm sorry, Dominic. Go ahead. What's your question?
Couple 2-3 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like.
Anyway, my final, I brewed about 12 gallons of the Belgian Dark Strong from Jamil's book, and it finished out. I split the batch with 2 different yeasts, and they both finished out at 1032, and they taste like it, man. It's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I went and kegged it and hoping that the CO2 would do something, but it's still sweet.
Yeah, it'll carbonate.
Great. It'll taste like 1031.
It turns out it got carbonated.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Have you guys ever heard about this? Carbonating a beer?
Hey, don't listen to these assholes. I have the same thought process. I'm like, oh, it's 10:32. Let's carbonate it.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, now it's carbonated.
I took one of the 5 gallons and I put it back into a carboy and degassed it, and then I saved my yeast, washed it, and grew it back up and repitched it. hoping that maybe something would happen. And I figure if it doesn't go down anymore, if it's just unfermentable, like I mashed too high or something, maybe I'll just throw some table sugar in there and up the alcohol to try to balance it out. I was just curious.
No.
Is that a good...
So my question is, why is Bevo such a bitch? I want someone to call in one day and do that. Give us the whole fucking thing and then just go, and why is JP such an asshole? What do you think, guys? What does he got to do?
Don't throw table sugar. You just make it more sweet and more icky.
Beano, baby. Beano.
Pour it over some ice cream.
Try half of it, like Tasty said with Beano. It'll break something. It might be the mashing problem. It might be the DME or whatever you use. Or brew a really, really dry beer and mix it. Blend it with a really, really dry beer. Get something that you get as dry as you can and mix it. It might bring it down to palatable level.
You wouldn't mix it and ferment it. You just mix it and drink it?
It's the blending. After. You got to try to get this thing down.
But try Beano first, is what Tasty and Doc are both saying.
He already said that he...
on a dark strong, not on a like an IPA or something, but a beer like that's got so much other character. Did you use like candy sugar and stuff to give it sort of a... Kind of a crazy...
Well, I inverted some table sugar.
White sugar? Okay.
What was the starting gravity on it?
110.
1034.
1.1?
1.110.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
34 is not... I mean...
That might have stalled out just because of the alcohol content.
Tommy, you were going to say something.
Well, I was going to say, he said he carbonated the thing already, and then he put it back into a carboy. Obviously, he's probably looking at some oxidation issues at this point.
No. I do all closed system from a keg. I push it. It doesn't see oxygen.
Okay, well, then at that point, you could probably... I at this point, I do the Doc method and maybe blend it.
Well, I think what Aaron said, too, is like you could do like what Heretic makes a beer called Torment, right? It's a dark strong, but then don't they add like Brett to it or Rosalier blend or something?
Sure. No, Torment, we just use...
what is the dark strong beer? Isn't there a beer
Torment, yeah, but it's just 530 Abbey Ale.
Oh, it's just never. But you could do that to this beer. You could add some Brett.
I mean, I was thinking... I was going to ask what your thoughts are on a sour beer, because you could just use some sour bacteria and it would just eat all of that sugar that's unfermentable for brewer's yeast.
Yeah, well,
that's my ace in the hole right now. That's if all else fails, that's what I was planning on doing. But I was hoping maybe if I up the sugar in it and fermented it out, maybe the high alcohol would balance it out.
It sounds like you've already upped the sugar. Don't do any more. But so you said you've already added your yeast. When was that, and is it doing anything?
Oh, I just pitched it about 5-6 hours ago.
All right. Well,
I re-pitched it, so I'm waiting to see what's going to happen.
Feed it. I mean, you've already done it, so doing anything differently, you might as well see where it goes.
No. Just one of the. I got like 3 kegs. Just one of the kegs I did it.
Sure, but I'm saying you might as well see where this one goes. I would leave everything alone and see where this one goes, and then make this your kind of test subject. Then you can fix the other 2 if you want.
There you go.
I would just really be concerned about contamination issues. The more you transfer your beer back and forth from container to container, the more chances you have to contaminate. So I
said it's closed every time. I go from one thing, I do it closed.
If it's one thing I know, it's about the same thing mixed with other things.
What, I got to tell you twice?
2 or 3 times?
3 times. So if it's stuck that high, it's going to be one of a couple of things. One, the yeast pooped out, like Beardy was saying, is the alcohol was too high, or the mashing issues. You got things that aren't going to ferment. Again, back to Beardy, you're gonna want to throw maybe some bread in there. It's going to ferment these things that the regular thing can't do it.
Now, just to clarify, you're saying Brett and not bread, right?
Brett.
Oh, I've been getting that wrong this whole time.
For future
Wonder Bread.
How do you get it through the opening of the carboy? That's weird.
I've been putting whole loaves and just jamming them in there.
Dry loafing.
Why you get French bread?
I've been dry loafing every time. By the way, it's about time Beardy fucking did something on this show.
Right, for what he gets paid. Oh, wait.
I'll stop right now.
He was actually grabbing the mic out of my hand, and he has something to say, so let him say it.
No, that's all I have time for. All right, Dominic, thank you so much for the phone call. I hope that helps. Send JP an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, with your mailing address, and we will send you a prize. Thank you, brother. All right, we have more things to get to, believe it or not. So I gotta keep us moving. But what is this beer I'm having from House of Pendragon?
You're having Cocoa Crusader. It's a beer we usually serve at the tap room on Nitro.
So good.
Yeah, it's delightful.
Thank you.
What a great beer.
It's a sweet milk stout, and we age it for a little over a week with cocoa nibs.
Wow.
And then we put it on Nitro. It's really, when it's on Nitro, it's really showcasing properly. I mean, it's really creamy and velvety, and you get the proper chocolate. It's so low carbonated, I had to put it in one of those little Tommies.
Yeah.
And
I can see that.
And,
that validated it right there.
Yeah, right there. The little Tommies, and then I pumped it with 30 psi for 30 seconds. Shook it real quick. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you got to look.
Whatever.
That's right.
Whatever you rolled on your 175-sided die to make this beer, do it again. It's really
don't be ridiculous.
It's very good.
Come on.
How big would that be, JP? If it was 100,
too big,
like
right?
the size of a kickball.
Mine's on order. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Custom made.
Shipping weight 7 pounds.
We have to do some beer news, right?
Yeah, I'll try and make it quick.
All right, let's do some beer news.
And now it's beer news brought to you by Craft Beer and Brewing Magazine.
Yes, the last beer news from Studio Double D, and it starts off with a story from South Carolina, where they are on the verge of passing the most progressive craft beer production laws in the country, self-proclaimed, of course. A prospect that just 3 weeks ago was unthinkable. It's known as the Stone Bill, and it is an effort to loosen Prohibition-era beer laws. They want to lure Stone and their $31 million eastward expansion. A new law would eliminate a choice beer producers have had to make for 80 years. You either produce a little and serve on site, or you produce a lot and you only distribute. And Stone, of course, needs to do both. Late last week, the State House of Representatives approved it, and it was assigned to a 6-member committee that is meeting to iron out the details probably as we speak. 3 of those 6 sponsored the bill, and the House and Senate are expected to move quickly and adopt the recommendation, so it's got a very good chance. The South Carolina Beer Wholesalers Association, they sought to have the bill reassigned to another less stacked committee, and that would have effectively killed its chances of passing this year.
So they're playing politics?
Yeah, wouldn't you know it?
This is South Carolina?
Yes.
What's the state that everybody's moving to?
North Carolina. So they're trying to compete with their northerly neighbors.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that bill's going to pass quick.
Oh, yeah.
So tax dollars motivate politicians?
Weird.
So weird.
That's weird.
Not only the $31 million to build the brewery and the tax dollars, but then all the staffing, the jobs,
about 300 jobs.
The constant state taxes being paid on the beer after that.
Yep.
DUI fines, all that.
This is all it took to finally change a fucking antiquated beer law?
Yeah, it looks like it. So brew pubs are allowed to sell unlimited quantities of beer on site for consumption, but they cannot distribute their products to the market. And then breweries can produce unlimited quantities and have their beers distributed, but they're only allowed to offer the equivalent of 3 pints of beer to be consumed on premises per person per day.
Wow.
The change in the law would allow Stone to operate under the new definition of a brew pub. They would up the production limit from 2,000 barrels a year to 500,000. So it's barely a change in the law. It's basically just a whole new way of looking at it.
It's such a weird thing, like how the law was written to begin with, or however it got changed to that point, where the sort of the big lobbyists, I assume the wholesalers who are in on making it, okay, how about this, guys? We'll allow them to sell 3 pints a day. Right. It's just, you almost feel like a little child that they're kicking or making wear a stupid hat.
Yeah.
Like as the little brewer in the state, you're like, all right, here's what we're going to do. They can produce all the beer they want, but we'll just let them
backwards for a day.
But they have to walk backwards for 4 days.
Right.
Before, like whatever it is. It's just, to me, that's what it's like saying you're allowed to sell 3 pints per day per person on site. Go ahead and be a brewery now. It's just such a ridiculous little childish thing. It's a weird little game.
Yes.
Well,
and it's childish.
Remember the other player here, and that's the distributor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's
a pint self-served is a pint not distributed. That means they don't get their 30%.
Exactly. It's the wholesalers that lobby. I agree with you.
No, they're not They're not against this bill, evidently. From what I read,
I think they are.
You guys no, I think they're officially they're not campaigning against it.
Well, that's right. I mean, so their quote is the Wholesalers Association, and they represent companies in the three-tier system. So, yeah, so their official quote is that, it's not about defeating the bill, but instead involves concerns that the legislation was being drafted in a way that would present legal challenges. So I don't know, does that mean something to anybody in this room?
Yeah, the legal challenges of selling more than 3 pints a day per person.
So officially, yes, Stacey, they're saying, oh, no, we're not against it, but effectively, they don't want it to
calling
pass.
up their legislatures on the phone going, you vote for that thing and we're not going to sponsor you anymore.
And that's what I'm saying. And how does anybody look each other in the face anymore with these little childish things? Because it is the equivalent of, okay, you bring your baseball to the field, but you're not allowed to bring a mitt. Like, it's a very childish and how does anybody look each other in the face? How do grown people look each other in the face?
And if you do bring your mitt, you have to do 25 jumping jacks on 1 foot.
Yes, and don't cross this line. This line is my line, and that line's your line. That's my side, and this is your side. You see what I'm saying?
Do we have a deal?
How does anybody look each other in the eye anymore?
I don't know. It's farcical. Anyway, North Carolina, as we said earlier, they've benefited from very similar changes, and that lured Sierra Nevada, New Belgium, Oscar Blues. So poor South Carolina is just trying to keep up.
Well, when I'm mayor of Concord, I will allow you to brew as much beer as you want. You can sell it to anybody. I don't give a shit. Give it away to kids. I don't care. You can sell your beer to babies. That's my new law. That's my platform.
You'll get a vote.
Crosley 2015. Beer to babies.
Beer to babies.
You're gonna have to get rid of all of
It'll
the
be like a creepy face and a thumbs up.
Run for politics.
I know. To get him.
But no more than 3 babies per household.
That's right. You can sell beer to babies, but not all of them. Thank you.
Not all the
my
babies
whole
or not all the
policy.
beer?
Bye, Bevo.
Bye, Bevo.
Thank you for the last show at Studio Double D.
Yeah,
yes. All right, Bevo's got to go pick up Abigail.
Whatever.
All right, what else?
Scientists at the University of Bristol in the UK have apparently proved that beer goggles do exist.
Yes,
that's
they
right. It's
do.
a real thing, scientifically speaking.
JP has a girlfriend.
That's right.
Yeah.
I got beer goggles.
Mythbusters proved it.
Or she did.
Should you be unfamiliar with this term, it refers to the moment alcohol takes over your eyes and sense of judgment and makes you believe that someone of the opposite sex or the same sex, I guess, is a touch more attractive than they will be in the morning. So,
in other news, the Earth rotates in the universe.
Yeah.
What the hell did we pay for this for?
It's called Drink 'em Pretty.
In other news, there's a North Pole and a South Pole.
Well, now, this actually runs contrary to previous research, believe it or not. There had actually been a study done by the University of Durham, interestingly also in the UK, that suggested that beer goggles are merely the invention of an addled mind. Those scientists believe that alcohol shuts down, not believed, I mean it does, it shuts down the area of the brain that regulates impulse control, and it has nothing to do with aesthetic perception.
Well, doesn't it do both?
Well, so that's what the University of Bristol researchers are saying. So what they did is they set up in 3 local pubs, and anybody that came in could participate. And so they had the volunteers drink and then look at pictures of men, women, and landscapes. And to make it sciencey,
yeah, well, listen. Well, like you've never gotten a boner for a mountain range?
That tree looks way better than it did the first time I saw it.
Mother Earth is beautiful, man.
That shrub looks great.
To make it really sciencey, some of the pints were near beer. So non-alcoholic, just so they knew it wasn't, smoke being blown.
Okay.
And
placebo.
Right, exactly. And so the results were that those who drank the actual alcohol reported finding all of the pictures more attractive, even the landscapes.
Right.
Yeah, and so they concluded, thusly, that it makes you, perceive aesthetics.
Of course. Listen, every time I wake up next to an ugly hooker, I know it was both the perception of the beer goggles and it was the lack of sensible decisions, like the other research. They're both right.
Yeah. Well, so this should be your campaign slogan, Justin Crosley. It was the beer goggles.
Yeah. Exactly.
I love fucking science.
This explains a lot of why this studio's in Martinez.
Yes, it does.
This place is beautiful.
Yes, it does.
Kansas Governor Sam Brown, back in other news, has signed House Bill 2223, which amended the state's liquor laws to allow transportation and sharing of homebrew. The fact that this was an illegal activity was news to many in Kansas, apparently. For 30 years, members of the Kansas City Beermeisters Homebrewing Club met in various Johnson County locations to talk about brewing and sample homemade beers from one another. But in June 2012, the club's president, Steve Cook, received a call from the Kansas Division of Alcohol Beverage Control informing him that transporting and sharing homebrewed beer was a violation of the state's liquor law. So as a result, the Beermeisters moved their meetings to Missouri. which expanded these rights for homebrewers just in the last year. And Cook says the attendance dropped after the move because, members didn't live on the Kansas side, obviously.
Yeah.
So Cook said he also called other Kansas homebrewing clubs to let them know about the restrictions, and most of those clubs didn't know and then chose to stop meeting altogether.
Really?
Sadly.
Pussies.
But last year, the Beermeisters teamed up with the Lawrence Brewers Guild to work on expanding those rights, and they hired a lobbyist named Philip Bradley to help push the bill through the legislature, and so it was. House Bill 2223 met almost no opposition. It passed the Senate 40-0 and the House 115-9 and was signed by the governor back in April, and it is now legal for Kansas homebrewers to enter their beer in competitions and share it with friends, so long as they don't charge.
America. Hire a lobbyist.
Yeah.
Right.
Period.
Or so we should do in California.
Or give up. Hire a lobbyist or give or just stay home.
Yeah. Oh, we can't do it anymore? Oh, well, then I'm going to stop having fun with my friends.
Go across state line.
Hire a lobbyist or lock yourself in a room for 3 days.
Good job, Kansas.
Transport alcohol across state lines.
Such a weird country we live in, world that we live in now. It's just such a strange thing to me.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with
I try
America.
not to think about it. It's the world.
Yeah.
I try not to think about it very often because it's really strange. We're fucking weird.
Yeah, people are weird.
We do weird stuff.
Yeah, we impose a lot of crap on ourselves.
Yes!
It's self-inflicted.
We're a very strange species.
Yeah.
Owls don't do this.
They might.
Owls they're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to kill you. And they kill the thing. Or they fuck the thing, or they sleep.
That's it.
That's it.
Kill, fuck, sleep.
Owls are always trying to blame other people.
I don't know why owls, but they're
Maybe that's why
you're right about that. I've heard that.
Who?
Heard that about
They're
owls.
so wise, though.
We're such a strange species.
It is weird.
I can't think about it. It drives me nuts.
And this happens a lot, too, when people try to explain to me why it's such a pain in the ass to get things through the city to open the bar. And it's because it's all self-imposed. We made it this way.
Yeah.
None of this needs to be this way.
No. We're weird. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah.
I really have nothing other than flipping out. I don't know what else to say about it. We're very strange birds.
We certainly are. All right, and the last thing, the scare of the week, to make the vein pop in your neck a little further, Justin. Are we in for more and very severe hop shortages in the very near future?
Oh, boy.
Well, I'll tell you who thinks so is our friend Steve Dressler from Sierra Nevada. He told the Financial Times that he thinks there could be a pretty good crunch coming as soon as early next year. Because
one.
The reasons are fairly self-explanatory. 6 times more hops go into craft beer than macro, and this craft revolution we're all experiencing / causing has triggered a shift away from the high-yield alpha hops to the aroma varieties, and it's a double whammy since they need more of them and they are less productive species. By next year, acreage is supposed to be 60-40 in favor of aroma varieties. Used to be 70-30 the other way just a few years ago, and the plants take at least a couple years to be productive, so it's going to be touch and go. And, craft breweries are opening faster than the hop farmers can grow.
The only thing I have to say about that is that in discussing hops recently with hop farmers and different hop experts we've had on the show, it's not exactly going to aroma in lieu of high alpha.
In addition,
a lot of them are both.
Really?
It's high alpha and aroma.
Yeah.
Sometimes in the same hop. Sometimes separately. But even when we just had B. Crosby Hops on, he said that very much high alpha hops have been the focus for years, and they still are. So whoever reported this story, I somewhat question whether or not they're mutually exclusive.
It was the internet.
Is what I'm saying. It was the interweb.
Wikipedia.
That being said, they're not the first to say we're on the way to another hop crisis,
Right.
most of it due to supply and demand.
Yes. And let's just hope that it'll make us feel better when there's no shortage. So now we're expecting one, and it'll be great when there isn't. If there isn't.
Right. I like that fear-mongering has now entered the beer world, too.
That's what we do here in the news department, and I need to shuffle some papers to show you that this is, in fact, a real news segment. That is the news, brought to you by Craft Beer and Brewing Magazine, who are the new go-to source for brewing enthusiasts and anybody passionate about craft beer. Inspiration, recipes, techniques for home brewing, and all the stuff you love at Craft Beer and Brewing Magazine.
Wonderful. And don't forget to go over to homebrewstuff.com where it's get ready for summer month. It's upgrade to kegs time. They've slashed prices across the board, so you should go check out all sorts of discounts. But upgrade to kegs. They have a lot of good deals on get your beer out of bottles, put it on keg for the summer. Go to homebrewstuff.com, a wonderful sponsor of ours. And good people, by the way. I can't wait to see them out at NHC. They're nice people. Marcus is a good guy. And so homebrewstuff.com, go check them out.
Do they have the new Tommies?
Ooh, they might. I do see that they have basic brewing video on their homepage here. I feel like we need a DVD. Oh, wait, we have one. I feel like we should call somebody and try to sell our DVD to them.
Or somebody should.
Warren can start doing that.
Hey, Beardy.
Just give me a phone with big numbers on it.
Yeah, show me how to use it.
Yeah.
Beardy, I'm handing you a phone right now. It's right in front of your face. I'm holding a phone in front of it's like an inch in front of your face. I'm holding in front of you right now.
I don't see it.
I thought it was a potato. I don't know.
What's that phone with the
Did someone turn the lights out?
Rotary. The fucking,
for the old people?
The cricket.
Marty, what's that phone?
Actually, no, it's funny you ask him.
Jitterbug.
You know, he used to have that. You remember
Mark.
you used to have that giant phone with the huge numbers on it in the hallway? Literally, each number was like a 4x4 peg.
Yeah, well,
what was that thing?
Well, it was, he needed to see. He was having a hard time. You were driving him nuts at that time, Moscow.
Yeah, it was just a phone.
Yeah, that's what we called phones back then. All right. I think we're about done.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys, they're ready to get out of here, Tommy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What about Adam and
This
Eve?
is the last show from this studio, guys.
So
it is,
what?
yeah, aren't you guys sad?
Have we done Adam and Eve?
Speaking of DVDs,
Are we going to piss off the balcony, or what are we doing here? I came for a reason.
I do have to piss.
Oh.
Who said that?
Me.
Oh, is you, Tommy?
I heard last
Tommy's
show
ready
we were
to-
going to piss off the balcony.
Tommy's ready to sword fight.
I actually
held
just opened the door.
You did? You just got it ready for us?
It's open,
I thought
ready
it was
to go.
chicken timer.
All right, I got to pee too. Let's do this. Let's do Adam and Eve. Seems fitting. We're about to go sword fight.
There, yeah.
Sword fight must be a category,
P
right?
is a category.
I'm sure it's a category.
And then I'm going to go piss off the balcony with whoever wants to join me, and somebody's going to stay here and do play-by-play. It'll be very boring, but it'll be.
And now I see Justin facing the opposite way.
He's still standing there.
Wait,
I can't see much of anything.
No, don't do it yet. Wait till I'm doing it.
Oh.
Yeah.
But this is how it would be.
Yeah, no, but wait, because you're giving it away.
Oh, all right.
I feel like you've given it all away.
Shit.
No, you gave it away.
All right, real quick, go to our sponsor, adamandeve.com. They've been very good to us because you've been good to them. You should continue to do so. Go to adamandeve.com right now, and for a limited time, if you use coupon code BNARMY, that's BNARMY, you get 50% off just about any one item. You get free shipping. You get 3 free adult DVDs from genres such as...
Home...
In the microphone, please.
Home dentistry.
You fucking amateur. Home dentistry. Oh, it's such a great DVD series. Home dentistry, porn.
That was under oral.
Oh, yeah, it's all drilling and...
I was thinking homo, but...
All right, homo. Beardy.
Feet.
Aaron?
Bearded brewer.
Oh, would be a terrible category. Tommy?
I think the newest one was Gonzo.
Oh, Gonzo. I think that's there. I think that's Bevo found that for us. She didn't know what it was.
We know what that is now.
Yeah. Tasty?
Amateurs.
Amateur, great one, Moskowitz.
The only category anybody should need, busty.
Busty. There you go. And JP?
You got to go cheerleader, dude. That's insane.
Oh, is that one?
Should be.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I mean, I think.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I hear.
47 volumes.
Justin's going BBW, aren't you?
What is that? I never know. Is that the fat broads?
Big, beautiful women.
Oh, I see.
It's not big breasted women?
Oh. It goes either way.
I mean, not that there's anything wrong with fat bra. I just didn't know.
Remember, there's
too many acronyms.
There's parodies. That's always a good one.
There's a choice.
All right, so I've definitely seen some parodies.
Yeah.
Nobody likes the parodies, right? They're terrible.
They have 49.
The Flint Bones. I mean, they're terrible.
I like it when they do not Star Wars. They just put not in front of the title.
Well, no, now what they're doing is just XXX. So they have Star Wars XXX. Or Big Bang Theory, a XXX parody.
Even the TV show's no good. You're going to make a parody?
The 18 XXX, a parody.
Oh, I'd watch that.
Oh, my God, it's the Duck Dynasty XXX.
Is that Grease?
Who's watching the Duck Dynasty parody?
Ladies.
In fact, that's the Brewers category that you just mentioned, Aaron. Apparently it does exist.
It's all doggy style.
It's filmed in Fresno.
The cinematography is great in that category.
Oh, my God.
Not the Wizard of Oz XXX. So it's not.
Does it have
XXX?
the dog in it?
Or the monkeys?
I don't know.
If it's the monkeys, I want to watch it.
Flying monkeys.
Yeah.
Anyway, adamandeve.com. Use coupon code BNARMY right now. You also get a free gift so sensual that it's sensual. And it's different every time. And we mean it. They've been good to us, so go be good to them. adamandeve.com, coupon code BNARMY.
They have a Miley Cyrus one called Molly's Wrecking Balls. It's just this chick on a giant wrecking ball. It looks like,
so the Oz one's probably midget porn, right?
There's a midget in there for sure.
Better be.
The ultimate all-black parody collection? We got to get that tip for Jack for his third birthday.
What are the parodies in the ultimate all-black parody? Beverly Hills Cock?
Let's see. Featuring some of the best scenes from recent all-black parodies with an all-star cast of the hottest ebony performers. See full explicit scenes from the official Boys into Hood parody.
They don't even change the name. It's just Boys in the Hood.
The original Flavor of Love parody. And then the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air parody. Nobody does erotic send-ups of your favorite all-black movies and TV shows like Black Ice.
I kind of have to see how they turned Carlton into a sexual being.
Yeah, what the Carlton dance is.
Maybe I do need to get into parodies.
Is there a Cosby parody?
A minute ago, I thought they were stupid, but sounding pretty good right now.
I saved you the more explicit descriptions of those.
Thank you.
Of the scenes.
Thank you.
Because no one needs to hear that.
All right, well, let's go. We got a new Twitter game. I was going to go pee off the deck, but Tommy, I'm having stage fright. All of a sudden, I don't have to pee.
Oh, is it me?
I think, well, but you didn't say you have a little penis, so I don't know why I have stage fright, but listen, I have stage fright all of a sudden.
Hey, it's cold out there, but the water's there. I want to see who can touch the water.
All of a sudden, I don't have to pee. It's a very strange phenomenon.
Maybe this will
Give it
help
another
you.
couple minutes, maybe I still have to pee. Let's do our Twitter game.
They have a Love Boat XXX parody.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Captain Stubing does it again.
Captain Stuping. Come aboard the Pacific Princess.
Yeah, I will.
And see your favorite characters with their pants down. Gopher finally gets to show passenger Kendall Carson his full erect mast.
His mast?
Yeah.
It's not a sailboat.
See what happens.
It might be, apparently.
See what happens on the Lido deck.
Yeah, I hold this video to a higher standard. They better get it
Yes,
right.
Your bartender Isaac shuts down the bar and fires up the disco ball for an interracial interlude.
JP, order it for me right now. Order me this movie right now.
Give me your credit card.
Yeah, I'll give you my whole wallet. Order me the whole series.
Use coupon code BNARMY when you do it.
Please.
TV night was never like this.
They don't mention Julie? I mean, Julie must be getting banged, right?
Yes. What does it look like when your cruise director Julie and the captain's daughter Vicky double team a movie star?
Wait a second. Vicky was underage. This doesn't sound awesome at all.
Apparently Ron Jeremy's in it.
Really? How old is it? Is it new Ron Jeremy or old Ron Jeremy?
Is there a difference?
Yeah, he's been old for a long
Same thing,
time.
isn't it? All right, let's do our Twitter game.
Our Twitter game was Where Has Doc Been?
Oh.
Yeah.
So if you like Doc can choose the winner here. So our good friend Brandon Zeddies, who did our nice Brewcaster Challenge intro song.
Yeah.
He said Doc's been freaking out.
Okay.
Drunk Rhino says representing the Lollipop Guild, which was a reoccurring theme, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't get it?
I get it.
Okay. Marcus Harton writes, witness relocation. He knows enough to put us all away for keeps.
Be true.
Lulu Gumshoe says, eating shrooms in the desert with Augustina Barina and the Vinny Puppet.
Good call.
MN Dust Clouds writes, he took a job as a roadie for Brain Oil. Which they're not even on tour.
God.
Stupid. Right. Thomas Shuffman writes, fighting with his wife.
Well, so one person was honest.
You're right. Mark, Mark Sparrows writes one word, nitrous.
Okay.
Even though he spelled nitrous wrong. Steve Bloomfield writes, he fell into his conical and had to drink his way out.
Could happen.
And then finally, Kevin Johnson writes, you made him brew an IPA, so he boycotted the show.
Okay. Huh.
I like Lulu Gumshoes.
Which one was it?
Eating shrooms in the desert with Augustina Baruna and the Vinny Puppet.
I like that one and fighting with his wife. I like both of those.
That was good too.
Both of them could be true, is what I like about them. They're both very equally could be true.
I did kind of like him.
Why are they mutually exclusive?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, one, it's cause and effect. I do like him falling into his conical.
Yeah.
Which, just, because he's real short.
How about you, Jimmy?
I'm thinking my conical is so big, it's going to take me a while.
Yeah, well, I know, but most people would think of it as you're just real tiny.
I'm picturing Doc's little head swimming around in his conical right now, and it does fit.
Out of the water, just kicking.
I can't get out. I'm still drinking. I'm stuck. Hey, I'm doing the back float. I'm still trying to drink.
It's all fun.
Yeah.
As long as the monks can do it for a month, I can too.
JP, why don't you pick our winner of the Twitter game for the last week in the studio, Double D?
Let's let our guests pick the winner. I don't want to pick a winner.
What's wrong with you? Pick the winner.
Let's let the guest pick it.
Pick the goddamn winner.
Okay, I'm out.
Fighting with his wife.
There we go. All right, that's our Twitter game winner.
Great. That was real hard for me to do.
You afraid that you were going to offend some of your other Twitter people?
No,
picking the wrong one?
He wanted something funny.
I just wasn't in the mindset. Okay? I wasn't ready. I wasn't present.
All right.
You want to lock out with this little clip to take us down Studio DD memory lane?
Yeah, how long is it?
It's 3 minutes.
Yeah, let's do that, and then I'll play the outro for our plugs and everything else. We're off for the next 2 weeks. We're back on June 9th. I don't know where we will be. We're all crossing our fingers that we'll be in the Hop Grenade in the new studio.
Say a prayer to the construction and permitting gods for us.
Yeah. But if not, don't worry. We'll bring you a show from somewhere on June 9th. So hang in there, and thank you for all your support. We are moving from Studio Double D to our new studios because of you and your support, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you for sticking with us. I think Moscow has prepared a highlight reel of Studio Double D moments.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
Complete with soundboard.
Martinez.
Yeah.
Welcome to Studio Double D, everybody.
Double D. Yeah. Take a leap off the railing into the muddy depths of the Martinez Creek.
I've promised myself at least 5 times that I would never come back here.
There's so many good guys in this biz.
There are.
I love everybody in this biz.
I agree with
Except
you.
some of them.
You don't fucking know me, Steve-O.
It's my birthday!
There was a knock at the door. Steve was just getting out of the shower.
You know, I have cancer, and I think that's really rude.
But you're not dead.
He writes a lot about need. I noticed the guy who stole the sandwiches was called Chuck. Just don't call me Chuck. Need.
Please tell us who brewed B. Drumroll, please.
Yours truly, Moscow.
Moscow just beat Jamil, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's this?
Give us a microphone, Nate. What's your name?
Chuck.
Hi, Chuck. Who are you?
Chuck Stupid McCoy. The world about a room corner.
You just passing through? You can't.
I can't.
It's a Martian.
You can't. It's my computer.
He's trying to get on the internet.
Who told you to come in here?
Yeah. I can use it here.
You can't use it here. You have to leave.
46 North, 82 West. Morning came without much regret.
That got weird at the end with the Martian. Realized how awkward it was.
It was pretty awkward.
Is that it?
That's it.
Who told you you could use it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good answer.
A lot of beautiful moments from Studio Double D.
Over the bed of Lucas, and goddamn do I love that song. Blind River.
It's a good tune.
By Lucas, Ohio.
I'm moderately sad to be leaving Martinez. I've had fun here. I like our studio. I like that I can be left alone in this studio, and now we're going to be at a public bar every time.
Right.
So that'll be weird. But it's been fun. Again, thank you to Martinez and the Martians, and it's been cool.
Yeah, I won't miss the parking tickets. Tell you that.
Well, you might get Concord parking tickets.
No, there's 2 free parking garages.
One of them is a 4-hour limit.
Yeah.
And that should be okay. The
He's
other one,
be
though,
there for 4 hours.
I think the other one, it depends on when we make you come to work, I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Once again, also thank you to House of Pendragon Brewing Company for being with us today. Tommy, Aaron, thanks, guys, for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for all the beer.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good stuff.
Great beer, great story, and proud to share our last show here with you guys.
We'll be back with better stuff.
Yeah, we'll come to the new place. We'll put your beer on tap, and everybody can try it.
Fantastic. Yeah, as soon as you guys go professional, let us know.
Yeah, we're so pro. We're so almost pro.
Oh, man, you're so close.
These
We're
pre-production beers are really good, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait to taste them when you actually brew.
Yeah.
Or actually, when you're full pro.
Yeah.
Call.
I feel like you're just batches away.
Yeah, we're close.
Yeah.
So damn
batshit crazy.
Well, because the beers have flavors already.
They have some flavors.
In them, right?
Yes.
In them,
Yeah.
even.
Oh, in them.
Yeah.
Sometimes around them.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're almost.
Right. The beers are amazing, so I look forward to more from you guys.
It's going to get better, trust me.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen. JP, you want to get us out of here?
Yep.
All right. You're closing down Studio Double D, my friend.
Good.
No pressure.
I don't feel it anyway.
God.
Okay. You're like, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Bye, Martinez.
Just another day. Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com.
I feel like already, I'm not, I don't feel any extra emotion behind your...
It's just another day, man. Whatever. Clocking hours.
Give me something.
What do you want me to do?
Well,
Cry?
you're saying goodbye to Martinez. Just give me a little feeling.
I'll be here tomorrow shipping.
Let me hear. Yeah, but on the show, publicly, you're saying,
Right.
let the radiation talk.
Oh.
That's what I feel like.
All right.
Let's try again.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
I feel like
Thank
already
you to our show sponsor.
you're not really taking... All right, I'm sorry. Here we go.
Oh, this will be completely different.
Okay, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. House of Pendragon bought some great beers out for the final Martinez studio show. Next time you're out in Yes, California, be sure to stop by their tap room and say hi. Follow JP over at Twitter and find out what tens of people already know. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Warren was here today, so that's cool, right? Get your tickets now for BNA 9 over at brewingnetwork.com/BNA9. Production director on the last session has been Push Eject. Today's show has been produced by Scott Moskowitz. JP was thinking about Disneyland again, still. Bevo was pushing carbs onto other carbs and eating them into her face. And your host, as always, was Justin Crossley. Be sure to find the Brew Network on Facebook, Twitter, and now Instagram. Bye, Martinez.
That's good. Real quick, House of Pendragon, Sanger, California, just next to Yes.
Oh, see?
See y'all in a couple weeks, kids.
Bullshit.
JP does great as his charity.